There were 3 GOP no's in the Senate: Susan Collins, Thom Tillis, and Rand Paul. Collins says reductions to Medicaid funding could threaten rural hospitals. That's why she voted no. Senators added $50 billion to boost those hospitals. That helped score the vote of Alaska Republican Lisa Murkowski. The question is if the House will accept the altered Senate bill so quickly. Some House conservatives don't like how the Senate changed the bill the House approved back in May.
That's Fox's Chad Pergram. Democrats are unified against the bill. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
This dangerous and extreme Republican budget will result in Americans losing their lives.
Jeffries says that's because millions will lose their health care. A military helicopter has crashed in the capital of Somalia.
8 people were on board when a helicopter from an African Union peacekeeping mission came down in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. According to a state-run news agency, it was attempting to land at the city's airport at the time. An airport worker said he heard an explosion and saw flames, with smoke entirely covering the chopper. Authorities say the fire has been contained. The African Union has more than 11,000 personnel in Somalia, battling the Islamist group Al-Shabaab. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Iran's president reportedly issues an order to suspend cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. America's listening to Fox News.
From around the world, Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel. To Washington,
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. It's the Fox News Rundown. We give every story the deeper look it deserves, with must-listen interviews and smart analysis from the voices you can trust. Start your day with the Fox News Rundown. Listen and follow now at foxnewsrundown.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
An illegal immigration detention facility is set to open in the Florida Everglades. It's being called Alligator Alcatraz.
Very soon, this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting.
President Trump with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
We've got very red states that should be doing this just as much as Florida's doing. That will increase their numbers. And then what happens is you'll have a lot of people that will deport on their own because they don't want to end up in an Alligator Alcatraz.
Environmental groups are suing over the facility, claiming it's harmful to the swamplands. Well, attacks on ICE agents are way up, according to new data from the Department of Homeland Security. Here's Fox's Bill Malugin.
DHS has repeatedly expressed frustration with what they see as an almost constant demonization of ICE officers from both the media and politicians. And now brand new data shows that ICE officers are facing a nearly 700% increase in assaults when compared to the same time period last year. DHS tells Fox News there have been 79 assaults against ICE since President Trump's election, compared to just 10 assaults during the same time last year. These can range from physical assaults to slashing of tires and vehicle rammings and other kinds of physical interference. So far, though, no ICE agents have been seriously hurt or hospitalized. The Trump Justice Department has been announcing charges all around the country in connection to these alleged assaults that they say have been disrupting immigration enforcement operations.
Now, this comes as the White House slaps Los Angeles with a lawsuit over its sanctuary city policies. The president says his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, would be his first choice to replace Republican Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina, but she doesn't live in the state anymore. Tillis says he won't seek re-election next year. I'm Chris DeMaio. This is Fox News.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Hugh Hewitt sees the president standing strong.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet.
He's a developer. He's not going to offer them the same term sheet.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's July 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Anisette Day. For fans of black jelly beans or black licorice, you're already familiar with the flavor of the anise herb. A favorite mixer in drinks ranging from coffee to alcohol, anisette is extremely popular in countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. One warning, however, it's never a smart idea to drink straight anise. Its high alcohol content can be very irritating to the throat. Also on this date in 1962, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart in Rogers, Arkansas. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts into law. And in 1979, the Susan B. Anthony dollar coin was issued. It will be the first U.S. coin to honor a woman. If it's your birthday today, you share it with the first African-American to sit on the Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall, born in 1908, and the king of NASCAR, Richard Petty, born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This news alert is brought to you by Secure Controls Incorporated. With no signs of retail theft slowing down, organized retail crime now impacts the overall economy with losses trending toward over $150 billion by 2026. It's important now more than ever to send a message to thieves. If you're a VP or Director of Loss Prevention or Asset Protection, you already are aware of these alarming statistics. How can you protect your inventory and get back to rising profitability? It only takes one click to secure.com. That's SE-KURE.com. With active anti-theft security solutions and products from Secure Controls, you're assured state-of-the-art protection of your merchandise. Secure will keep thieves second-guessing and provide peace of mind to your employees. Check out our products manufactured in the USA. From electronic sensors and alarms to mechanical and clothing security to customized solutions, we're the original inventors of anti-shoplifting products. Request our product catalog today at secure.com, SE-KURE.com, or call 800-250-9265.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha, making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can slow it down and get it going slower. Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Planning a wedding is a monumental task. After months and months of preparation, on your wedding day, you have a lot to think about. The flowers, the catering, the bridal party, the DJ, the seating chart. It can be overwhelming, and no one wants all of that stress to take away from the joy of the moment. That's why you need a wedding photographer you can trust to capture those important moments, so that no matter what happens on your wedding day, you'll have those memories to enjoy for years to come. For over 30 years, brides and their families have trusted Tom Kaloran Photography with their wedding days. This locally owned family business will make sure you have lasting memories to share for years to come. Tom Kaloran Photography is the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see their portfolio, just visit TomKaloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN Photography.com. Or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Kaloran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
When you want the best in construction and industrial equipment, look no further than Chicago's most trusted name for 76 years, O'Leary's. From Bobcat to Bosch, Milwaukee to Steel, O'Leary's carries all the top brands and a huge inventory. From skid loaders and excavators, power tools, generators to welders, O'Leary's has the equipment contractors count on, all under one roof. Located on 6 sprawling acres in the heart of Chicago, O'Leary's boasts a massive showroom and full-service shop, better equipped than any competitor in the city. All backed by an experienced team who are committed to meeting your needs. Plus, a modern delivery fleet driven by pros. With O'Leary's, you'll get the gear you need, on time, in perfect condition, and with service that actually knows your name. Visit O'Leary'sEquipment.com. Call 773-252-6600 or stop by just off 290, exit 24AB on Cicero Avenue. O'Leary's, where experience meets equipment and equipment meets satisfied customers.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. What a win for parents' rights. In Mamu v. Taylor, handed down last Friday, the Supreme Court affirmed in a 6-3 holding that parents, not schools, have the last word on what their children are going to be taught. The case focused on Maryland's Montgomery County Board of Education. There, books with LGBTQ themes had been approved for primary school curricula. Some parents objected, but the board ultimately refused to allow them to opt their children out. Justice Alito's majority opinion made it clear the board's approach didn't pass constitutional muster, implicitly noting the irony of excluding religious parents' views from the inclusive environment the board sought to encourage. This ruling's importance really can't be overstated. The Supreme Court has made it clear. Schools may not impose views on America's children that conflict with the views and values of their parents. Full stop.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be partly sunny with a high of 88. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 70. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny conditions with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, anticipate sunny to partly cloudy skies and hot weather with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan, back on Monday. This is Chris Crock. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. I just gotta get right into this. I don't have a daughter that's in sports. My daughter is 18 years of age, and I think I don't know if I'm going to remember the last time she was in sports because it's not her thing. Nor was it for my son. And that's fine. You know, it was always like, try this, try that. And if you don't like it, we didn't force them to do anything. You know, as long as you're doing something. My mom taught me that. Growing up in Chicagoland. You know, just do one thing, whatever it is. I bounced around. I never got terribly good at much other than getting in trouble. I was very good at that. I still am. But when I watched, I didn't, it just kind of flashed across my screen at some point that UPenn was renouncing, they were apologizing for what they did with the man who calls himself Leah Thomas. I don't want to be rude and mean. It's not about being nasty and rude. Will Thomas, who, if I recall just from memory, he was like, I don't know, 300 and something in the country. And then says I'm a woman, which is demonstrably not true. Again, not trying to be mean and nasty. It's not about doing that. And then was, what was he, like in the top 10? Voila. But when I heard last night that suddenly UPenn was apologizing, or is apologizing, and is stripping him of all his records, I freaking couldn't believe it. And I was emotional, and then when I clicked on something on Fox News and I watched Paula Scanlon, and I could barely hear this. This is she's actually one of the ones, you had Riley Gaines, who we all know. Riley, I've had the privilege of interviewing her. I'm sure she's been on AM 560 The Answer a bunch of time over the years. And she's awesome, and she's one of them. With Riley Gaines, I will never forget, and I don't want any of us to ever forget, the look that she had when she looked into the camera and they were taking her picture, and she's like on the same platform level as Leah Thomas, Will Thomas. And her face. Do you remember that face? It was like a look of shock. And what do I'm a victim. Not to be funny, but we would usually say blink twice. You know, if you're being held against your will. But she had that look of what is this? Where am I? And the whole world saw that she was stripped down and lost her 5th place ranking to a man standing next to her. And there she was in shock. To me, I know it wasn't the first, but to me it was the first time ever where a photograph captured a woman and what she was going through in real time. I can't believe it. It's me. You know, and I don't want to be over-exaggerating or anything like, you know, like maybe you're in you get to war, you get to the theater in war, then all of a sudden you got this look. Holy crap. Here I am. It's real. I'm in it now. And I watched the story. I couldn't believe it. I was looking at it. It just felt like a watershed moment. And this is what I'm going to say. I got emotional. And I'm not, one of my strong suits is emoting, but I got emotional. And I started tearing up when I watched. And one of the things that got me, there was 2. Here's Paula Scanlon, and this is, she literally found out apparently while she was speaking that Leah Thomas, Will Thomas, was losing every title, everything he won, which he didn't win. Everything he won was stripped. Anytime that she lost next to him, she now is put where she should have been. And every time you think of, do you know what it was like for these women? I don't, but I've heard them. I've heard Riley Gaines say it. We've heard Paula Scanlon say it. Do you know what it's like to have a man fully undressed in front of you? And if you're there in that room and you are the bad one if you start saying, you don't want to take off your clothes if you're uncomfortable and there's a man undressing in front of you who you're not interested in, he's not your husband. So you go and you are relegated to, if you don't want to change in front of a man and have him look at your body and vice versa. You go to a Riley Gaines talked about how sometimes some of them would go into like a janitor's closet. And if you speak up, then something is wrong with you. You are told you are threatened. This to me was like abuse. That's what this is. That's what this was. It wasn't physical abuse, but it was abuse. It was like an abusive man mistreating a woman and telling her to shut up and sit down after he verbally abuses her or worse. And take it. And then if you stand out, and Penn told him this, you'll hear Paula Scanlon in a second. If you stand out, if you stand up to if you say something is wrong with it, you are going to be the one. Maybe it makes me just think about in real time about Cassie Ventura and Puff Daddy. I hate that stupid name, Diddy. Get back in here. I'm not done with you. You're not going anywhere. Drag her back into the hotel room. And so when I watched Riley Gaines talk, and I watched Paula Scanlon talk. I'm going to play it in a second, but I got emotional. I was teary. I was teary-eyed. And I'm not just saying that. And I hate guys that do that. I'm like, yeah, you're a wimp. But I was very emotional. Here's Paula Scanlon last night when she found out wherever she was speaking. Here we go.
Wow, that's the first thing I have to say about this. How many years of progress this is just fixing. There's so many women I'm looking at in this room that have fought so hard for so many years on this issue, and I'm grateful to be alongside many of you today. But more than anything, I'm grateful for this administration for taking this so seriously. I have quite literally gotten exactly what I voted for, and so I can't start before I have it. I'm just going to share very briefly. I was a swimmer at the University of Pennsylvania. I know many of you have told this story, but we need to talk about why Penn is apologizing and why they were wrong. And I'm going to share what they did to me, and not just me, my teammates, the other girls competing against us. Riley Gaines, right here, who had to deal with this firsthand as well. The University of Pennsylvania Pennsylvania told my teammates and I that we had to undress in a locker room with a 6'4" tall male athlete 18 times per week. In addition, he broke every record in every event that he swam, went on and won an NCAA championship title, and also every single time Thomas competed on behalf of the University of Pennsylvania, a girl on the team was asked to stay home. Upon the situation unfolding, many of us were unhappy with the situation, and so people tried to speak out about it. They sent in administrators, and they sat us down, and they told us a few things. They said, first, don't speak out against this because you will be on the wrong side of history. They said you will be tainted.
Do not speak out, or you will be on the wrong side of history. I believe I heard her. It was hard, and producer Quinn cranked it up as much as he could. But it was important to me to play this, even though it's a little hard to hear, because I want the raw emotion. She literally found out right then, is what I understand. And so, did you hear her? I believe she said that every time that Leah Thomas took the team and was competing, she was told one of them had to sit down and shut up and you weren't playing. This man is going to play instead of you. He's going to kick all your you-know-whats, and you're going to shut up and say nothing. That is like an abusive man. And so I'm watching that, and it's to me, it is watershed, and it's just emotions just coming over me. And then I watch, I'll finish her little thing off.
You will never be able to find a job. They told us that if we did not want this man in our locker room, that it was equivalent to not wanting to undress to someone based on their race in the 1960s.
So you're a racist, not want to undress with a black man or black woman if you're like this. I'm going to play Riley Gaines in a minute, but I'm going to tell you when Riley Gaines came on with Laura Ingraham, and then I found out, I saw Riley's face, and it's kind of freaking emotional. I hate this. I don't want to do this with you, but it's real. And then, and you can see me on Chicago's Morning Answer live feed. I'm now, we got a nice little camera set up at my house. We got it hooked up. But I was watching with Riley. I saw her face. I couldn't believe it. This is like I swear to you, it's years of oppression and abuse. And then you find out that Riley just had is pregnant. And I was like, oh gosh. So my daughter never played sports. It's not about my daughter. She lives here with us. She's going to college. She's 18. It's not about her even. This is overwhelming in a good way. This is insane. It finally happened. This is why we voted for Trump. This is insane. We got it. I want your thoughts on this. What does this mean to you? For ladies, and you don't have to be a lady to comment, obviously. What does this mean to you, especially for ladies, but for all of us? And then how about your daughter? Or, for you, thinking about your daughter. Number is 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. Let's see here. Let's go George. George, you are on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560 The Answer. Chris Crock in for Dan. Hello.
Good morning, Chris. I think it means it should be celebrated. They should be put on the Wheaties cereal boxes with their reinstated trophies. And like you said, it's not about hate. It's just about justice.
Yeah. Do you think that my thoughts on this about it being like a man who horribly abuses you behind the scenes, even if it's not physically, mentally, and then when you're about to go on in front of the camera, yells at you and tells you to shut up or all this is going to happen to you. You will be ruined. You will be destroyed. As you heard Paula Scanlon say, because she was literally on that team with him. And Riley Gaines lost as a competitor with University of Kentucky against him. You will not have a job. No one will hire you. You will be like somebody who refused to change in the locker room with a black woman in the 60s or 50s or whatever, 70s, 60s. It doesn't get more abusive than that. And then and then he's going to steal your title, and you're going to shut up. Appreciate your call. Let's go to Craig. Craig, you on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560 The Answer. Chris Crock in for Dan. Hello, sir.
Oh, hello, Chris. Hey, thanks for taking my call, and
you're welcome.
Hey, you're doing a good job filling in. Anyways, this is one of those things where it's an example of the level of evil. And, the Bible says that the devil is the father of lies and everything that. He's the deceiver and the destroyer. And so you see that these decisions that involve these young kids, boys and girls alike, all the confusion involved there, all the deceitfulness and lying, heavy up and down, and then parents getting drawn into it and everything and being like, dumb and evil. And, it's hard sometimes to differentiate where the victim is, where the negligence is, and where the intentionality of the evil is. But there's so much evil in the whole thing to take and wreck these kids' lives in that. And it's like you said, I got two girls, and they're grown now, and they're both really successful in it. And I think of what would have happened when my girls were in this. One of them was into the sports too, and everything, basketball and volleyball and all that. What would have happened if all that kind of nonsense went on? Because it didn't with my girls. They went to little private schools and all that. But how those girls would have been ill-affected from all that kind of debauchery in that. And,
what makes me emotional is to think this woman is taking on all the world. I think of a man like Puff Daddy screaming and abusing you right behind a door. Outside, you go outside and there's cameras and everybody's watching. And you're treated like an abusive dad screaming at a little girl. Now shut up and look good. We're going outside. That's what it is.
Unbelievable.
That's why I get so mad. And that's why I get so emotional, I think. Thanks for your call, sir. I appreciate it very much. I want to play coming up next. We're going to take your call. We got some other lines open, a couple lines open at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. But I want to play coming up next. I want to play Riley Gaines as well, because I tell you, that's what I freaking lost it watching this. I mean, it wasn't live, but it was on, maybe, 20, 30 minutes later with Laura Ingraham, and it came on live, and then there's this beautiful Riley Gaines, and she finally gets to say something, and it just happened. And it's done! It's done! She can't get her title. Well, maybe she can, whatever, but she can't. She will never be able to go and play. She went through abuse for years. Ridicule. They still do this crap now. Do you remember? I can't remember. Simone Biles. Wasn't it Simone Biles that attacked her and told her to sit down and shut up? Transphobe, something like that. Simone Biles. Boy, did you jump off a cliff, light your hair on fire, jump off a cliff, and ruin everything that anybody thought of you. How sick. And you got that, what's her name, Megan Rapinoe? Yeah. Didn't she and her team get her you-know-what kicked by a team of 15-year-old boys? But it's okay for her. Hey, I'm worth millions. I'm retired. Men can now play. Yeah, you're a transphobe. Hey, it doesn't affect me, but it affects you. Sit down and shut up. All right, coming up next, we got a couple lines open. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. What does it mean to you, knowing that Riley Gaines, if you're a woman or if your daughter's in sports, or just you as a man, like with me, I had such an emotional reaction to this. To see that now that Leah Thomas, the man, gets all of his records are stripped, and UPenn publicly apologizing. They were made to care. Just like I tell you about Harvard with the Jew hatred. They were brought to heel like a freaking dog because they don't understand anything. They were going to lose $1 billion in federal funding. Thank you, Donald Trump. He took the hammer of us and told them, no, you don't tell these young women to shut up and sit down and take it while they get mistreated horribly and abused mentally and threatened. You will sit down and you will shut up, UPenn, and you will heal, or you will be made to care. We also want to let you know, coming up, we're going to have at 6:36. I'm not going to stop talking about this as long as you guys want to talk about it and such. And we have tons of other stuff going on, but we're going to talk to Rob Chadwick coming up next as well. Security guard. Oh, this is incredible. Want to talk about getting emotional and all that stuff, too? I'm getting too emotional on everything. But remember that shooting in Michigan, the church shooting? Are you a member of a church? Have you ever done something like had VBS, Vacation Bible School, or kids? And I watched that video in Michigan, and I saw all those children. It made me think about when I was younger, my kids, my wife, and we were doing stuff at church, and I was doing some volunteering once, and there's all these kids, and all of a sudden gunshots go off. Are you ready to defend yourself for your church? We'll talk about that as well, but we're doing all this more on Riley Gaines and UPenn and all that stuff coming up next. This is Chris Kroc on AM 560 The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 70 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The U.S. Agency for International Development is officially shutting down.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio made the announcement in the culmination of the Trump administration's months-long effort to dismantle the agency. USAID was targeted by DOJ with the aim of curbing waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. Rubio insisted years of foreign aid had failed to deliver results for the U.S. and said that the State Department would take over distribution of foreign assistance. Meanwhile, the Lancet Medical Journal has estimated the end of foreign aid could cause millions of additional deaths around the world. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Fireworks may be a staple of Independence Day, but unfortunately so are injuries and deaths. And they don't just happen on the 4th of July.
In 2024, over 14,000 firework-related injuries were reported, most involving the hands, head, and ears. 11 people were killed. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission is hoping to turn things around with a reminder to the public to never let children play with fireworks, keep a bucket of water or a hose close by in case of a fire, and carefully follow instructions on packaging when handling fireworks. For more information, go to cpsc.gov. I'm Michael Kastner.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Shop Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and reclaim your restless nights. Choose from a curated premium selection of mattresses to find just the upgrade you're looking for. Get matched sleep at night. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Larry Elder knows why we haven't heard much from the left.
Polling that shows most Americans support what President Trump is doing, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuke. Now, the reason Democrats haven't said anything is because they do not want to give any support to President Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, what he says, they're just not going to do it.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Barbecue, bags, and brews on the driveway sounds great about now, but are you ready to entertain on that dirty, oil-stained area you call your backyard? Why bother putting up the party lights in the garage when it'll only highlight the oil spills and stains on the concrete? No oil stain removal is too big or too small for Cabino Environmental. Homeowners and business owners can use the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. It's the most powerful oil stain lifting formula on the market. This is not the same stuff you think you can buy at the big box store. This is a concentrated stain lifter that goes deep into the concrete or brick for superior cleaning. You simply pour it onto the soiled area, let dry, and brush away. It really is that simple. If you need an expert that can come in and clean up the spill, click on CabinoEnvironmental.com. Their environmental response team will come to the rescue. For stains on your residential garage floor, patio, around the barbecue, parking lot, or driveways, go to CabinoEnvironmental.com to purchase the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. Can't wait? Cabino Oil Stain Remover is now available at your local Rental Max.
We're entering some very uncertain times with everything that is happening overseas. We need to be on alert at home as well. You should have a Byrna on you at all times, especially one that is small enough to conceal wherever you go. Meet the new compact launcher. It's touted as the world's smallest, less lethal pistol launcher. The same size as a smartphone, but it has all the firepower that you need to stop an attacker in their tracks without dealing with a mental or financial repercussion of using a real firearm. These are equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It's designed to stop somebody right in their tracks and incapacitate them for up to 40 minutes. The compact launcher is perfect for women who want protection but don't want to really carry a firearm. And if you're traveling this summer, Byrna is legal in all 50 states. It requires no background checks and can be shipped directly to your door. Byrna is proudly American with every unit that is hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So visit Byrna.com today and find the right launcher for your family. That's Byrna.com.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will bring partly sunny skies with a high of 88. Expect clear conditions tonight with a low of 70. Tomorrow, anticipate partly sunny weather with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, it will be sunny to partly cloudy and hot with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Am I on camera? Is it on? Come on, tell me. I can't hear you guys. Yeah, so that's the thing. I finally have a camera in front of me, and now I can act like an idiot. I love it. Chris Kroc on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. And I told Quinn and Justin, they're like, what are you doing? You're teasing you have a guest coming up next? That's not till next hour. I'm like, tell me next time. I don't care if I sound like an idiot. Oh, my gosh. It's next hour. We're going to talk to Rob Chadwick from USCCA about protecting yourself, former FBI guy. And if your church should get shot like this, shot up like that, it's an amazing case. It's riveting on that. Okay, but so we're not getting into that till an hour from now. Anyways, so going back to where we were last night, I don't know what the time is. 6, 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I don't know what it was. All I know is this. No, it couldn't have been till like 7-ish when Laura Ingraham was on and Riley Gaines was on. And I see Linda McMahon, the education secretary. I mean, and she's talking. This is such big news. But the real star and the real hero who I was beaming and just gushing for and was getting emotional over, and tears were coming up a little. I wasn't crying, but like I was so freaking swelled up. And then the moment Riley Gaines comes out with the first, as far as I know, reaction on camera, on radio, on anything, on Fox News, and announces this happened, and she gives a reaction, and she talks about that she's pregnant and her daughter. Let me play the audio of that because that was another emotional moment for you. If you're just joining us, I'm sure you've heard now, unless you're living under a rock. Perhaps you are. But the Will Thomas, a.k.a. Leah Thomas from UPenn, the infamous transgender man who stole titles from women, made them dress in front of him. Oh, gosh. I've got audio I'll play from something he was on a podcast recently and how sick it is what they're saying. Like they're saying like the patriarchy. And so you're told to shut up. Something's wrong with you. You're threatened from UPenn. You'll never work. No one will want to be working with you. You'll lose all these things. Shut up, sit down, and take it. And if you have a problem, you're a transphobe. All right. Here is Riley Gaines in this watershed moment last night. UPenn was brought to heel like a dog, like Harvard eventually will be with their Jew hatred by the power of the Trump administration that we put in office for this reason of many. And UPenn is apologizing. And they are striking everything, all the so-called wins from Leah Thomas, Will Thomas, from the record, and all the women that were competing with him go right to where they should have been. Thank you, God. What a watershed moment. Here's Riley Gaines when this came on.
I feel vindicated. I feel like pigs are flying. I feel like hell has frozen over. So it is a fantastic day, of course, for sanity, for common sense. But I think more broadly for women, for humanity, for the little girl that I'm growing inside of me right now that I will welcome to the world in just a few weeks. I think of her. I think of her future. That is what Donald Trump and, of course, Secretary McMahon and myself, that is what we are fighting for. So very, very excited about today's news.
And it's such a big, to me, watershed moment. I don't want to use that word 50 million times this morning, but it is. And the emotion just totally got over me. And I can't freaking believe it. It's a moment. This is a moment. Growing up as a kid in the 70s and 80s in Chicago, the kind of things we saw, the flashpoints. And, being a kid in the late 70s or 80s, the kind of things that you think about that happened, maybe in Skokie, the KKK rallying in Skokie, turning that into watch the movie on that as a kid, and you just get this flash of emotion, anger. It's riveting and it's wrong and everything. And so I got all that last night with this, and I'm so happy. And you don't even need to have a daughter in sports. My daughter's never going to face this. But, man, this is an amazing time. So just let me ask you this. I want to hear from you. We got several lines open at 312-642-5600. What does this mean to you? Ladies, what does this mean to you? And you don't have to be a woman to react. Like I said, I'm very emotional and happy about this. And if you're, your daughter, what does this mean to you with when you think about your daughter as well? And it's crazy. Let's go to Mark. Mark, you are on AM 560. The Answer. Chris Crock in for Chicago's Morning Answer. Hello. Let's see if I can push the right button. There you are.
Hi. Just I want to stress the point that this may be a victory, but it's just the battle. It's not the war. They're going to try it again. These women were discriminated against, they were violated, and they were traumatized.
Yes, they were abused.
Different levels.
They were abused. They were victimized and abused and threatened. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I want to stress also is that somewhere up the chain of command at the universities, at whatever institution, somebody initiated this, because it went across the country like wildfire, and everyone was falling in line. Someone initiated that. Some institution, some individuals, some school board, some university board, somebody. And they need to be held accountable. This was, I believe, it is a prosecutable offense. And I think that we can't take this as just, okay, we won this battle, now we can move on. It's like,
oh, absolutely, you're absolutely right.
Accountability.
But can you
and we need to stress that.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm so emotional, and I can't freaking believe it finally happened. It was out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting
this. Just remember, but you got to remember that emotions of what we got us here. You know, we got to think with logic. We got to stick to the Constitution, and we have to follow through. We can't just say, okay, we feel good now, and we're vindicated.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's like, no, it's vindication is a state of mind. So
let me tell you why you're super right on this, because the Simone Biles doesn't think she's wrong today for threatening and attacking Riley Gaines. Yeah, and these, like, I can't remember the name of the Illinois legislator, a lady who was attacking a fellow legislator about trans stuff and screaming the other day in Illinois, I think, the House or whatever, and she's just screaming, and you see these people clutching and shaking and screaming, and they feel like I'm being emotional about how this is a civil rights, an abuse issue, and they feel like even more insanely crazy on their side emotionally and going nuts over it, and they're not going to change, and that's okay.
Right.
They will be greeted with reality day in, day out, over and over again, and let alone this great state that I was born and raised in, that as a talk show host who has worked his way up all over the country now, been in Dallas for 15 plus years, I see the stuff going on in my home where my parents, my brothers, my whole family live, and I see what happened, and I'm like, there's no way it was this bad when I was growing up here. There's no way when I moved away in my mid-20s, I come home 2, 3, 4, 5 times a year. I live to be in my hometown. And there's no way that it was like this when I was growing up. And I cannot believe the rot, the sick, the horrible, overwhelming things. It's like sucking a fire hydrant of sick things going on, And I know that none of this is going to end. This is their religion. This is their faith. And so it's their cause. That's what they fill their God-sized hole with in their heart is this. This is their, it's like a religion or a cult or something. I don't know. I'm not trying to be too out there on that. I appreciate your call, sir. Sure. Thank you very much. Yep. And you do make good points. Not as good as mine, but you make good points. Just kidding. Several lines open at 312-642-5600. Watershed moment for me. I'm sure it is for you. UPenn is literally striking everything from the record from any quote-unquote win that Leah Thomas, Will Thomas got at UPenn. They are apologizing to these women, And Trump put the sword of Damocles over the head. You're gonna lose like $1 billion of federal funding, and they were brought to heel like a dog. And I say that about this institution and the people that stand for this crap. They have not changed. You know this, and I know this. That's what he was saying. He's right. So let's go to Frank. There we go, Frank. I haven't been mentioning where you're from. Frank in Tinley Park. I'm still figuring out a little software over here. Hey, Frank, you're on AM 560, The Answer. Chris Kronk. Hello.
Welcome aboard, Chris.
Oh, and I'm not aboard, I'm just filling in, just, but anyways, thank you.
How come we never hear of this stuff in the inner city schools? I can see some boy try to take a gangbanger's girlfriend's spot. Two things are precious to the boys, his car and his girl. What do you think?
I don't know what you mean, his girlfriend spat. I don't know what you mean.
Well, he wouldn't make it to the parking lot if he took a gangbanger's girlfriend's
I think I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. I see what you're saying now. Now I got you. Basically, why doesn't this happen in inner city schools where you mess with somebody, you can get your I'll just say it, your ass kicked, your ass handed to you, right?
Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
You're damn right. You're damn right. You're right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay,
that's a good point. Thank you, my friend. I will only be aboard the ship. If I can hit my button there we go. Okay, I will only be aboard the ship tomorrow as well. Then Dan's back on Monday. But it'll be fun to be aboard for another day or two. All right. Hopefully, I won't run you aground or get you lost on an uncharted desert isle. I'm going to play for you some audio. I have. This is a podcast with Leah Thomas. Will Thomas is his real name, and he's on a podcast with some other crazy leftist guy, and they're talking and they're going after the women who are told to sit down. We're stealing everything you've earned. We're stealing your We're stealing your dreams. And now when you complain, you are the patriarchy, even though you don't have something downstairs. You're a woman, but you're still the patriarchy. And you will sit down and you will shut up and you will take it, or you're the patriarchy. I want to play that because that's where they're still going to be at, and that's how this is going to play out. But how do you feel? How do you feel today? What does it mean to you, whether you're a woman or you have a daughter or just you as a man? It doesn't matter. What does it mean to you to know that UPenn is striking every quote-unquote win from Leah Thomas from UPenn, striking the record, apologizing to the women whose rights they violated under Title IX, and bringing a sense of justice, not because they wanted to, but because they were brought to heel. Chris Kronk on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560. By the way, lines wide open for the first time this hour, 312-642-5600 on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
For centuries, gold and silver have protected wealth through war, recession, inflation, and economic upheaval. And today, as markets remain volatile and uncertainty grows, gold and silver continue to serve as an essential building block for modern retirement portfolios, offering both stability and long-term potential. At Advantage Gold, we specialize in helping you move your IRA or eligible 401k into physical gold or silver, tax-free and penalty-free. When you call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000, you'll receive expert insights, real-time market analysis, and modern investment strategies. Everything you need to make informed decisions about your financial future. And right now, for a limited time, you could receive up to $10,000 in precious metals when you open your qualified gold IRA with Advantage Gold. So don't wait for the next market downturn. Take control of your retirement strategy today with the proven power of physical gold and silver. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial and tax professionals before making investment decisions. Visit AdvantageGold.com or call 800-900-8000.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. What a win for parents' rights. In Mamu v. Taylor, handed down last Friday, the Supreme Court affirmed in a 6-3 holding that parents, not schools, have the last word on what their children are going to be taught. The case focused on Maryland's Montgomery County Board of Education. There, books with LGBTQ themes had been approved for primary school curricula. Some parents objected, but the board ultimately refused to allow them to opt their children out. Justice Alito's majority opinion made it clear the board's approach didn't pass constitutional muster, implicitly noting the irony of excluding religious parents' views from the inclusive environment the board sought to encourage. This ruling's importance really can't be overstated. The Supreme Court has made it clear. Schools may not impose views on America's children that conflict with the views and values of their parents. Full stop.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com. Unshaken and unafraid with Joe Pags.
We break down the lies of the left, lies of the media. We're unafraid to do that. They couldn't get rid of me by ghost banning, shadow banning, and suspending completely on social media. I am a journalist by trade. We always bring you the actual information, the actual truth, the actual fact before we ever even think about giving an opinion.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. AM 560, The
Answer. We're dancing, aren't we? AM 560, The Answer. Chris Crock filling in. Dan back on Monday. 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we're going to get into Alligator Alcatraz, all the goings and such. Yes, comings and goings on that yesterday. Some insane things that Joy Reid said. She's so much fun. But first, here is, as I mentioned, this is a podcast with Will Thomas, Leah Thomas, who was stricken from all the records and such, as UPenn apologized, and to the women that they horribly mistreated and abused mentally. Here is Leah Thomas on a podcast complaining about the patriarchy.
They're like, oh, we respect Leah as a woman, as a trans woman, whatever. We respect her identity. We just don't think it's fair. You can't really have that sort of half support where you're like, oh, I respect her as a woman here, but not here. They're using the guise of feminism to sort of push transphobic beliefs. And I think a lot of people in that camp sort of carry an implicit bias against trans people, but don't want to, I guess, fully manifest or speak that out. And so they try to just play it off as this sort of half support.
They think about how twisted feminism, quote unquote, feminism has become. Their arguments
in order to exclude anybody in the trans category, you have to reduce women to reproductive capacity, which is, in my opinion, extremely anti-feminist. I don't want to put those women down either, and I know you don't want to either, because I see pain. I see pain, and the pain is coming from somewhere. It's not you, though. It's the patriarchy. And how can we get people to see that?
These are two men with testosterone, with something downstairs that women don't have, telling you about women and how they're wrong, and the patriarchy. Do you see how freaking ridiculous and funny this is? It's stupid. It's not funny. It's sad. All right, we'll continue with this as well. As I said, we'll talk about alligator Alcatraz coming up next. Your reaction to it's a big watershed moment with UPenn renouncing the records of Will Thomas, Leah Thomas, and apologizing to the women for what they did to them. And I'm so happy about that today. I hope you are too. This is WIND Chicago.
Back to the House. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. A House vote could come today on the so-called One Big Beautiful Tax and Spending Bill. A version changed from its original version in the House and passed by the Senate yesterday.
Stay united, have fun, and vote yay. That's President Trump's message to House Republicans ahead of a critical vote to give final approval to his tax and spending cuts bill.
It's a great bill. There is something for everyone.
Still, the measure must survive scrutiny from fiscal conservatives and moderates after changes to Medicaid funding and green energy investments made by Senate Republicans. And Elon Musk, who helped launch the Department of Government Efficiency, is threatening primary challenges for any Republican supporting the bill. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump settles a lawsuit with Paramount for $16 million without the apology he wanted over an edit in a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris.
He sued for $20 billion, accusing the network of 2024 election interference. The settlement will cover items including legal fees and contributions to his future presidential library. In agreeing to the settlement, CBS is not acknowledging any journalistic wrongdoing. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
There's a response from Hamas to a proposal from President Trump to end the fighting in Gaza with Israel.
Hamas says it's open to a ceasefire, but what it really wants is for the war in Gaza to end for good. The response is neither a straight yes or no to the US-backed plan. Yesterday, President Trump posted on social media about what he said was a final proposal for a 60-day ceasefire between Hamas and Israel.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The jury at Sean Diddy Combs' trial in New York resumes deliberations today on a racketeering conspiracy charge after reaching an undisclosed verdict on the other 4 charges of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Judge says 13 hours deliberating is not enough time to give up on reaching a verdict on all counts. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 71 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Governor Pritzker is tapping former Deputy Governor Christian Mitchell as his running mate in his bid for a third term. Mitchell says he's excited for the opportunity.
I am so excited to be joining JB in this moment because it's more critical than ever. We've made a lot of progress in the last 8 years, but we have to protect that progress. And together, we will always stand up for Illinois.
The governor's office announced that the Chicago native is Pritzker's pick for lieutenant governor. Mitchell is a former state representative and served as deputy governor in Pritzker's administration from 2019 to 2023. He currently serves as the vice president for civic engagement at the University of Chicago. Mayor Johnson is touting a big drop in violent crime in the city. The mayor says homicides are way down this year.
The steepest statistical drop in recent memory, with fewer than 200 homicides in the first 6 months of the calendar year.
Police say homicides, shootings, and robberies have each dropped by more than 30% so far this year. The mayor praised Chicago police commanders for effectively deploying resources and community violence intervention efforts. News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher explains what drives his show.
Now, am I oversimplifying this? Let's figure it out together. This is a caller-driven show. If you're new to what we do, I like you as our talking heads. I don't really like authors and guests, and I like Americans. That's what this show is about. Americans talking with Americans and trying to figure it all out together. I want to help.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 22 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of Fox Valley Coins. Bring your gold or silver in store today. Each item is priced right in front of you. The coins never leave your sight. Receive cash or a check right on the spot. FoxValleyCoins.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be partly sunny with a high of 88. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 70. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny conditions with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, anticipate sunny to partly cloudy skies and hot weather with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. Hour number 2 already. What the heck happened? I want my first hour back. Chris Kroc in for Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan back on Monday. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. I'm still smarting from the unbelievable story about Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and such. We're going to get in that a little later in the show again because it's just such a big moment. But you know what else was a big moment? Was watching everything go down at quote-unquote Alligator Alcatraz. I'm still learning more about the glories of Alligator Alcatraz. For example, or por ejemplo, en español, por favor. There is, because I've been saying this, like, you know, for those of us who read the stories and do all this stuff, you know, if you have time to do that, you know, I know it was built on a former airport in the Everglades, but it's in Miami-Dade County, which I'd never been to until February. We went to Miami-Dade, and we went to, which is really, I love that place. And then we went down to the Florida Keys. My wife and I rented a Mustang. She was mad at me because it was so low to the ground. I had no idea. A throaty convertible Mustang. Thank you very much. That was awesome. But it's in Miami-Dade metropolitan area, but it's in the Everglades. And so you're surrounded, as you know, by alligators. And I'll say boa constrictor. What's the other one? Python. I don't even know which one it is anymore, but does it really freaking matter? Does it matter to you if it's a python? Does it matter if it's a boa constrictor? You run from either of them. And even if it's not one of those two, I don't know what the snake is. It's big, it's massive. Run. Don't pet the snake. Run. So, but here's what I learned this morning. We're going to have such a comical time playing this piece of audio, by the way, from Joy Reid. It's so funny. It's so awesome. What I love is when they say these over-the-top, such stupid things, and whatever the person is on with them, they're like, they have the look. And you can watch Chicago's Morning Answer on YouTube and watch, my mannerisms. So you have Joy Reid saying something really, 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 like, we're laughing. We're like, oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's like, it's comedy. Get popcorn and laugh. And then the person with them is like, and they have the serious look, and they're kind of downward looking, they're shaking their head like, yes. Like they're perceptively listening. Oh, yes. You and I are watching this, laughing. But before I get into that, I just wanted to say this. So we all know it's a former airport, and it's a concrete pad. And can I tell you, this is a 3,000-bed facility. It is the biggest ICE detention facility in America. Built in 8 days. Second of all, you've got, oh my gosh, and again, I'll play Joy Reid in a second. She talked about this being it's a concentration camp. Yes. Are the prisons that people go to American citizens when they, get charged with a crime and they get incarcerated? Is that a concentration camp too, or just when you're illegal? Is it if you're, wait. Instead of being an ICE detention facility, if you're an illegal and you're in jail, not an ICE detention facility, say you get a DWI or you do something, bad and you're put in jail, like county jail or city jail, is that a concentration camp too? Just for the illegal, though? When does this become a concentration camp, my friends? Does it become a concentration camp when you're at the illegal facility, the detention facility? Or, which I love this. At some point, it becomes a concentration camp. Okay. But so all I knew was it was this massive pad, concrete pad in the Everglades, and it was an airport. So what I didn't realize and I didn't know is that the deportation flights will take off directly from the facility. And you might say, duh, it was an airport. Yeah, but I thought they just took all the concrete and built it up on there. No. So check this out. The Florida National Guard, I'm sure J.B. Pritzker will do this here. The Florida National Guard was deputized. You know how we have a massive lack of immigration judges in this country, and Joe Biden flooded us with 20 million illegals, up to 20 million in 4 years? Okay? What's the biggest problem we have? They're awaiting their hearing before they get thrown out of the country, gently thrown out of the country, but thrown out, and it's like 2 years, 1 year, 5 year, notice to appear. We hold them now, and guess what? Because we deputized a bunch of Florida National Guardsmen, who knows how many, they literally are doing their immigration judges, quote unquote, officials. They are, as deputized, they are literally hearing your case within within 2 days. Some of these people within 2 days are getting a hearing and put on a freaking plane right there and right up over the boa constrictor or whatever the snake is there. I don't know. And you know what? Okay, when and you're gonna hear, like I said, Joy Reid say a concentration camp. When you hear her say that, Fox News' Bill Malugin, I retweeted this. You should follow me on Twitter. At Chris Kroc Show, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, at Chris Kroc Show, ChrisKrok. At Chris Kroc Show, ChrisKrok. I'm on all the others like Rumble, blah, 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 True Social, at Croc Talk Radio. But what the other thing that's amazing on this is they complain it's a concentration camp. But Bill Melugin, I retweeted this. Bill Melugin showed a picture with Joe Biden. And you know what the differences are between Joe Biden's quote-unquote concentration camp and Donald Trump? Donald Trump's has air conditioning. Or, en español, aire acondicionado. See? So Joe Biden did not have air conditioning. Joe Biden did not have walls or coverings and a tent so everything's sealed so you can stay nice and cool in there in the Florida heat. And Joe Biden put him on rocks. It's on my feed from yesterday. You can see, you got to scroll down a little bit. Rocks. You have illegals sitting on rocks outside. There's a canopy over them, no air conditioning. And that's not a concentration camp, but when you're an illegal at Donald Trump's brand new largest facility they just made in 8 days, which is unbelievable, with air conditioning and it's concrete and beds, that's a concentration camp. I don't know about you, but I'll take the Donald Trump quote-unquote concentration camp over the Joe Biden one. 312-642-5600 is our number, 312-642-5600. Before we go to Rich, I want to play, in your call, I want to play Joy Reid because this is so much fun, what she said. Oh, where is she? Oh, there she is. Okay, here we go.
Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida in order to round up brown people, and throw them in a camp.
Yes, Joy, that's correct, Joy. That's right, Joy. Thank you. Yes, he is finding brown people. She went on to say, like, there are people, I know there are people who are brown, who they carry their papers with them because they're afraid. They're afraid to go to work. They're brown. What are you talking about? I have a lot of friends who are, in her words, brown, and they're not running around scared or hiding or anything like that. Oh my gosh. I have tried to get people deported. I'm just kidding. Why aren't you deporting my neighbor? I don't like him. All right, let's go to Rich. You have called in at 312-642-5600 on AM 560. The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Hello, Rich.
Hey, good morning, Chris. How are you today?
Good, my friend. How are you?
Chris, I wanted to go back to what you were talking about, them stripping this big goof that won these medals in swimming. I just want to say it's about time that somebody started sticking up for women. After all, these are women's sports, and the women in this country go around saying we have to protect the women from women, protect our women's rights. But yet nobody stands up for them except for the president when he did something like this to the University of Pennsylvania. And as far as emotions go, Chris, I know. Let me pause
you for 1 second because a lot of people may not know what you're talking about. Somebody may have just gotten into their car, put their coffee down in their console, and they're driving to work. And so I'm sure they've heard. If they haven't. Massive watershed moment, at least for me personally, just watching it, I felt like it is. I don't care, actually. It really is. That UPenn was forced, they were brought to heel like a dog, and they were forced to apologize to all the women they wronged, and they struck at Trump's orders, the Trump administration's order under Title IX violations to these women. They literally they struck the record of all of Mr. Leah Thomas, or whatever. I don't want to be rude either about the guy. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not here to attack him. But they struck all the records from anything he supposedly, quote-unquote, won, all stripped, and they apologized for what they did to these women. Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon, and so many others. God bless these women. And what makes me sad, mad, and overwhelmed for them is how the abuse they went through, and the threatening and the abuse, and still to this day. I mean, wasn't it Riley Gaines that was screamed at? These real sick young people, like the women. Remember, I think Riley went to University of San Francisco or something like that. She was on my show when she talked about. It was like a week or two after that happened. She was on my show in Dallas. And they're screaming, trans rights are human rights, trans rights are human rights, trans rights, and they're screaming it in front of their face. And it's like, they're terrifying her. She was spit on. She went, and now I'm remembering all this, she went like, the cop could barely even protect her because it's California, and she went and was chased into a room, and they're screaming and threatening her, shoving her, spitting on her. And she's almost crying. She's like a Jew getting extricated from a terrorist Hamas trying to kill her in the streets. So, yeah, so it's a watershed moment. So you were out, and I was emoting. I was saying I was very emotional over this. Even though my daughter isn't in sports, she's 18 now. It's not her what emotes me. What gets me emotional about this? What gets me emotional about this is the hell they went through, the mistreat. It's like getting screamed and yelled at by an abusive dad or an abusive husband or puff daddy, screaming and yell at you. You're right around the corner as the cameras. Now shut up after I abuse you. Shut up and you will look good out there. Or else. Or I'll do what I did to Cassie Ventura. I'll grab you by the hair. I'll drag you back into this apartment and beat the snot out of you. Or I'll drag you back there and I'll ruin you. Paula Scanlon was told that she said, you will have no career. Literally, you are in a vice grip and you will sit down and shut up while this man with a hoo-ha down there, he is going to take your stuff and you're going to shut up and you're going to like it. And you're going to change in front of him. Or go into the janitor's closet, which happened to them. Go ahead now. Sorry, look what you did to me. You made me get back into it again. Look at you.
I know.
Shame on you, Rich.
My emotions were a little bit different than yours are. My emotions were of anger. How they could let a 6'4" man parade around in their locker rooms, take away their awards, take away all of their hard work, and say, well, he has the right to do it because everybody has the right to compete in sports. Well, if they wanted to compete, he should have competed against the men. There's no reason that these women take sides with a man to compete in women's sports. And as far as Biles goes, she should have kept her mouth shut because I remember her saying that she was.
I'm sorry. You're talking about Simone Biles. Yes. And by the way, real fast, and I said it earlier. I just want to get this in real quick before you tell us, sir. I apologize on this, but. I forgot about her as I was going nuts on this earlier in the last hour. I forgot about her and just how a few weeks ago Simone Biles was attacking Riley Gaines.
Right,
and you see this woman who you and we all liked and admired and loved what she did, and she comes out and does this, and it's just it's a real. She made herself. She really just hurt her image of that many of us had of her. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, but Chris, the point I was trying to make is years ago she said that. She was glad that men couldn't compete in women's sports because they'd win all the gold medals. And now she comes after all of these years and takes sides to have men compete in women's sports. And the people that should be ashamed of themselves are the women. They went around this country complaining that they had to protect women's rights, but yet they don't stand up for the women's rights when it comes to this case.
I think when you talk about the women that should be ashamed of themselves or however you put it, those are the awfuls, the affluent white liberal.
Whoever they are,
being told to sit down and shut up. Every woman that supports this crap, and we had a call in the last hour that you and I agree on this. I bet that they're not going to change, and this isn't going to do anything to change them, and that's fine. That's their problem, But they're not going to change, and I think they're just going to always be like this. They're going to be relegated to. Unfortunately, like a Zorhan Mandami, who is somehow famous. We'll get to him again later on the latest on him, but relegated to a little crab, not crab walking because they have no shame, but back into the corner. Okay, you're back in your little area. You're a 10%. Nobody gives a crap about what you say. You're a little radical over there. Go ahead.
At least it's a start. This is a start. We have to start somewhere to keep these frauds out of women's sports.
I appreciate you very much, Rich in Indian Head Park. Thank you, sir. 312-642-5600 is our number, 312-642-5600. Chris Crock, of course, on Chicago's Morning Answer today and tomorrow. Then Dan's back on Monday. I got more on the alligator Alcatraz. We have Ron DeSantis saying some fun stuff. We're going to get into that coming up. And then I want to do this, too. Mark Glennon from Wire Points. I'm sure he's been on the show, Quinn, right? Probably a whole bunch of times over the years, right? Yeah, I love the guys from Wire Points. As I said, I'm a born and raised Chicago guy, Chicagoland. But being in Dallas for several years, doing a show here, we don't have Wire Points, and I think they're amazing, and I love what they do. Yeah, I describe to people when I fill in Chicago, because I do stuff all over I do some network stuff, I do whatever, all cities all over the country, but Chicago has Wire Points. It has CW. What is it? CW 33 is it called? What is it? CW? The CW? What? CWB. Thank you. Right? Yeah. All these different outlets that are in addition to the two newspapers and stuff. So, we got two newspapers here and all that stuff. But there's so many in-depth sites. Being from a law enforcement family in the Chicagoland area, Hey Jackass is, we don't have these sites. You guys obviously know Hey Jackass, right? Where it keeps track of how many shootings and all that with Chicago police and everything. Oh, my gosh. We have so much great stuff here. So I'm grateful for them. But he wrote a column in Wire Points, Mark Lennon, about speeding and super speeders, and I do definitely disagree with him on this. It'll be very interesting to talk about that. I'll tell you what, we'll come back. I'll play some of the Ron DeSantis and Trump stuff from Alligator Alley. We also have Sheila, who wants to talk about this in Arlington Heights, where my uncle and my aunt are in Arlington Heights. I love my aunt and uncle there. We'll talk to you coming up next. This is Chris Kroc on AM 560, The Answer.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Raj Shah, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
You know, there are a lot of clients and people coming in from the radio into our office saying, I don't want to lose any money. I need to protect the money I have saved over the last 20 or 30 years, where you have strategies where you can structure an income stream where it has an inflation protection so that as inflation, if it continues to go up, your income will go up.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Sponsored by AxeCap Ventures. America, listen up. Gold prices are breaking records. With inflation raging and central banks hoarding, every American should own gold. And like President Trump said, whoever holds the gold makes the rules. AxeCap Ventures owns one of Nevada's largest undeveloped gold deposits and trades for pennies on the dollar. This could be your way to ride the gold boom. AxeCap trades under GARLF on the OTC. Visit axecapventures.ca today.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago Immune Support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Brock filling in for Jan. He's back Monday. I want to play some more audio from Alligator Alley. Here is, I love Joy Reid. Play Joy Reid again. It's so funny. Here we go. It's short and it's great.
Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida in order to round up brown people, and throw them in a camp.
I love that this lady that's talking with her is looking downward and has a serious concentrating look. Yes, yes, yes. Camp, concentration camp. Yes, yes. Okay, this is great. DeSantis having a freaking blast. Talking about Zorhan at the opening of Alligator Alley.
This guy, Mayor, it's going to decline even more from that.
Sorry, Alligator Alcatraz. What's wrong with me? Here we go.
This guy, Mayor, it's going to decline even more from that. We've paid. I'm going to talk about with this budget. We'll have paid off almost half of Florida's debt over 180 years just since I've been governor. But I could probably. I could probably extinguish the other half if I just charge an entry tax from all the New Yorkers that are going to flee this guy, especially those rich people. So New York has millions of more people than we do in Florida, and yet their budget for the state of New York is over twice the size of the budget of the state of Florida.
Here's Trump real fast.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees in here, or 72.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here. Okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here. Mr. President.
I think that is exactly right. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to a retired FBI agent who is an expert in how to defend yourself and how to protect your church or workplace in an event of a shooting. We're going to talk about that Michigan church shooting. Rob Chadwick joins us coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer. Let's go to the newsroom with Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 71 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is so pleased with Florida's Alcatraz that he wants the original prison in San Francisco Bay reopened.
On Tuesday, Trump was in the Sunshine State touring the new detention facility for illegal immigrants in the Everglades. The president later posted, "We're going to look into renovating and rebuilding the famous Alcatraz prison sitting high on the bay, surrounded by sharks." He added there's already conceptual work underway for the island prison. I'm Brian Shook.
And you can now rent a mansion once owned by Michael Jordan.
The Chicago area estate is now listed on Airbnb. The residence can accommodate up to 12 guests with 7 bedrooms and 17 and a half bathrooms. The mansion features a movie theater, cigar lounge, salon, and of course a regulation-sized basketball court. As expected, it's not cheap. A week-long rental is being listed for about $121,000. I'm Chris Coraggio.
News is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt sees the president standing strong.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet.
He's a developer. He's not going to offer them the same term sheet.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Is it time to get your children and grandchildren out of the godless government schools? You cannot allow your loved ones to be forcibly subjected to ungodly psychological examinations and perverse sexual teachings. You would not send your child to a school that teaches 2 + 2 is 5. What is being taught today is far worse and damaging to minds and hearts. We can help through our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program. For over 55 years, Christian Liberty has operated a Christian school now located in Arlington Heights, and we have served hundreds of thousands of families across our nation and foreign countries through our homeschool program, Christian Liberty Homeschools. Visit ChristianLiberty.com to learn more or to schedule a tour of our excellent 12-acre facility in Arlington Heights and learn about our educational programs. Take action today. Visit ChristianLiberty.com. Experience the best in our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program and get more information at ChristianLiberty.com.
The national debt is soaring and the dollar is weakening. Rising deficits, inflation, and market instability are creating a perfect storm of economic uncertainty. Public figures that were once allies are clashing in the headlines, leaving Americans everywhere asking what's next. In unpredictable times, more people are turning to physical gold and silver as a way to safeguard their savings in retirement. At Advantage Gold, we help you move your IRA or eligible 401k into physical precious metals, tax-free and penalty-free. It's a simple, secure, and proven method to preserving your capital. When you call 800-900-8000, you'll receive a free gold guide packed with real-world strategies to help protect your investment. Plus, for a limited time, you could receive up to $10,000 in precious metals when you open up your qualified gold IRA with Advantage Gold. So don't wait for the next crash or crisis. Take control of your financial future today with Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 or visit AdvantageGold.com. That's 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial and tax professionals before making investment decisions. Call 800-900-8000.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 22 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne interchange, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 10 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Blindster started in 2010 in Kyle Cox's garage after he overpaid for new blinds. He researched the industry, hired his mom, and 14 years later, they're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will bring partly sunny skies with a high of 88. Expect clear conditions tonight with a low of 70. Tomorrow, anticipate partly sunny weather with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, it will be sunny to partly cloudy and hot with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
The latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah! Bring it, baby. Okay. Dude, I'm tossing stuff around. You know, you should not put a camera in front of me. Chris Crock in for Dan. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. Hey, did you see the video of the church shooting in Michigan? It's a familiar scene where it flashed back to me when my kids are now 18 and 22, but when they were, I don't know, 8 and 12 or whatever, something like that, we had Vacation Bible School, and I was asked to do some stuff. And we're doing whatever we're doing. The kids are in there, and everybody's having fun and doing stuff, and you're herding cats, right? And then all of a sudden, shots fired. And what hurts me the most on this, it's not us adults, it's not our wives and us, it's these precious little children who are being taught about Jesus, and they're being poured into, and they're annoying, they're funny, they're cute, they're learning. They're just soaking it all up like a sponge. And then shots are fired. Are you ready? Is your church ready if something like that should happen? Are you prepared? What will happen? I'm really, really grateful that we have somebody on who's really, really knowledgeable in all this. Rob Chadwick. No pressure, Rob. Retired super. Rob, you there, brother?
Chris, I appreciate you having me on.
No
Thanks
pressure,
so much.
by the way. No pressure. I really elevated you there, sir. Retired,
appreciate that.
Retired supervisory special agent, former head of the FBI's tactical training program at Quantico. That's a big deal. Now serving as the head of personal and public safety at the USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association. Thanks for coming on with us this morning on the Chicago's Morning Answer.
Chris, thanks so much for the opportunity, and I was glad to hear you bringing up this story, which is such an incredible story of triumph, good over evil, because so many times we hear about these shootings, whether they're at the church or a school or place of business, and someone slips in and is able to do evil before anyone can intercede. And thank goodness last weekend in Wayne, Michigan, we had individuals who had prepared themselves, and we're talking about an entirely different story today, or at least some of us are, and I appreciate you willing to do that, because what you saw, and Chris, I was able to travel to Wayne last week and be with those people to get the story directly from them. They had stood, literally in the face of evil, and these were extraordinarily ordinary people. That's what struck me the most about them is they're just your neighbors, your friends, your uncle, your aunt. They're just, everyday people who did something absolutely extraordinary. The men who responded so decisively, so quickly, so bravely. One of them had his grandchild on his lap moments before this shooting occurred.
So you go from a nurturing, loving, doting grandfather to a man who's about to possibly take down somebody who is a wolf, threatening to come and kill them. And I want to take us through how this went down, because to me it's that 1 second of hang time where something happens. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you're exactly right. It's seconds, and that's the most important thing for your listeners to understand. Is yes, the police were there very quickly. They were there within minutes, but
not enough.
I'm telling you, not enough. Right, and so thank goodness these people had taken the time to prepare themselves.
Let me take you down on this. I want to kind of go through this. So you're standing there. There's a man, one or two security guards, I think, from the story. If I'm off, you'll correct me. There's a parishioner or a church member who is pulling up or is in the parking lot, and all of a sudden a threat spots. You spot a threat. There's a man with a tactical gear, and you'll correct me again, with a rifle or guns, and a parishioner. So that's the 1 second hang time. I wanted to, because this is it right here. You see something, you're in shock for a split second. That's that hang time. You're like, what the heck is this? And then what do you do? Because somebody's going to die in a second. He's ready to shoot. You're not. Go ahead.
So thank goodness we had, again, you don't know if it's divine intervention or what it is, but we had a incredibly quick-thinking, brave, selfless deacon of the church who, of course, is rarely running late for church, but this particular morning had stayed home to cook himself breakfast. He'd, save a little money instead of stopping on the way. And so he's a few minutes late to church. Church service was already in full swing. The kids are in there literally doing their, songs from Bible school the previous week. Dozens of kids in there on stage performing. And as this deacon is parking his truck, he notices another person come speeding into the parking lot, acting very erratically. The man gets out of his vehicle and begins, as you said, donning this tactical gear, puts on a vest, brings out a rifle. And the deacon is unarmed. He's not a member of the safety team there, but there was no one else around. And so it was just him, and he challenged the guy. He says, "Hey, buddy, is everything okay?" Now, this person, this would-be shooter, was known to the church. He had been to some services, but the would-be shooter turned and looked at him, stared at him for a minute, a second or two, and continued putting on his gear, and then began walking towards the front of the
Oh, my
church
gosh.
with this assault rifle, right? And so luckily, this man had the conviction to do the only thing he had an opportunity to do, and that is get in his truck and try to stop this man from getting to the front door and hit him with his truck.
That truck is a weapon,
No doubt about it.
and that
It was
is
the
a
only
way
weapon
to
available.
stop the threat, right?
Yes, well,
And
he
he acted.
hit him and knocked him off balance. Did not incapacitate him, though, because the shooter fell directly in front of the narthex, which is the entrance to the church, literally feet from the sanctuary. And immediately the shooter began firing, rapid fire from his rifle, disabled the truck. Matter of fact, the truck caught fire. It took so many rounds. The
Oh my
deacon
gosh.
wasn't able to do anything else, jumps out of his truck. Well, luckily that gunfire alerted the security team that was on, and these are just parishioners. These men were not former law enforcement, no former military. The guy that I talked to, Jay, was just such an incredibly humble person. And he said, look, I'm standing there with my church family, and hear what I thought initially was what he called a pipe hammer, right? He's on the maintenance committee too, and then realized very quickly, no, those are gunshots, and went running to the sound of gunfire, as did another member. Both of them went running to the sound of gunfire. The second member I talked about had just had his grandchild on his lap literally moments before, put his grandchild down and went running towards the sound of gunfire at the back of the church where the entrance was. And
So there it is, right there, trying to come
There it
and
is.
murder everybody.
That's right. He's literally feet from being in that sanctuary with all those people.
And those children are running.
That's
and the
right. They're
women.
running. Luckily, some other parishioners on that tape, very calmly but decisively, let's move to the back of the church. They had practiced this. They were ready. And that's what I want people to be, cognizant of is, listen, obviously church, mosque, synagogue, a house of worship is a place of welcome. And we want to be as welcoming as we can, but we can't be naive. In the last 20 years, there have been nearly 4,000 violent incidents reported at houses of worship, and these attacks are on the rise. We've seen this, and thank goodness these people had prepared themselves. The team that responded, believe it or not, had just been on Thursday night prior to the attack to a USCCA training class focused on protecting your church.
And I want
so-
everybody to know, this is Rob Chadwick, former retired special supervisory agent and former head of the FBI's tactical training program at Quantico, now the head of the personal and public safety at the USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association. Can I switch on you real fast if I didn't cut you off?
Of course.
I want to switch to where you were in the parking lot 10 years ago, you write, at none of us will ever forget this. This is the most beautiful and horrific thing at the same time. It makes me emotional. Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. You have you have 9 African American people who love God, who are in a Bible study in a historically black church, and a white man who, you have more of a description than I do, but a white man who comes in there and looks either disheveled or psychologically disturbed, comes in, and they. I don't know if he said, "Can I pray with you?" or "Can I come in here?" or whatever. And they you know what they did? They didn't say, "What's wrong with you?" Throw them out and go, "Oh my gosh, no," or something. They said yes. They said yes, and then they were murdered for it. It was evil, and they did the right thing because they didn't know what was going to happen, and they died like that. Tell me your thoughts
you're right,
on
Chris.
that.
Yeah, so for your listeners out there, that we're talking about the 10-year anniversary of the church attack at Mother Emanuel was just last week, and that was certainly heavy on my heart because I responded that night. I was a member of the FBI SWAT team in South Carolina, was on scene 90 minutes after the attack, and you're right. Those parishioners were exactly where they were supposed to be, doing exactly what they were supposed to do. They welcomed this monster into their midst. And that's honestly, Chris, that's why I'm still doing what I'm doing is what I saw in that crime scene that night broke my heart because it was so apparent that people like you and me, everyone out there listening, unless you have come up with a plan, accepted that evil does exist, it can happen, and it can happen to you. That's the thing we hear so many times, isn't it? Is that I never thought it would happen here. I never thought it would happen to me. And that's the same refrain we hear from all of these, people who have survived these attacks. But, so the reason I'm here, the reason I still do what I do is to get that message out. Let's pause right now today, as while you're on your drive or when you get home or when you get to work, take a cup of coffee and sit with your friends and talk about, let's come up with a quick plan. What are we going to do if something like this happens here at work or at our house of worship or at the house? An emergency plan to fall back on. And that's what we do here at the USCCA is help train people to prepare for stuff like that, get them in the right mindset, and then obviously prepare them with whatever other types of training equipment that they might need to protect themselves and their loved ones.
Let me also ask you this. So here's I'm woefully inadequate, but I carry as much as I can. I try to do it like a lot, like 90% of the time, 95% of the time. And the one thing I've learned, and I only go to the range a couple times a year, I'm not going to lie, etc. But I was taught by some of my law enforcement folk that head on a swivel, meaning when you're coming in and going to your workplace, your house, grocery store, no phone. You are looking around as you're getting into the car, when you're about to get in the car or whatever, you just do a quick, look around. It's just a habit. And that way, because you and I see the videos all the time, the thug has the jump on you because you're staring down at your hand or your keys or your groceries. And so they're like, if you would have seen them and turned and saw them 15 feet over your shoulder coming at you, they may have stopped, or you may have jumped into your car, or you may have ran. But since you didn't see them, they rolled up on you. Even if you have a gun, you might not be prepared. If you see it, you could do something. Head on a swivel and be aware. That's kind of is the only thing I can think of about what I try to do. And then when you're sitting at a restaurant or whatever, make a habit of having your back, you're facing the entrance. So if somebody comes in, if you're armed, what's a good way of doing it so that you can do what needs to be done?
You're spot on, Chris. Sounds like you had some good training because, Can
you say that again? I'm what?
You were spot on.
Aha!
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The most important element in any critical situation is time. We saw that in Charleston. We saw that in Wayne, and we'll see that every single time. The more time you can steal back to be, to spot that danger coming and to avoid it. The USCCA, our philosophy is the best fight you'll ever be in is one you can avoid. Right. And so all of us just want to go on with our lives. We train people to use firearms in the most extreme circumstance, and carrying a gun, you do so because it's the one tool that really can level the playing field between the weak and the strong, or someone who knows what they're doing. But it is to get you out of danger. I tell people all the time, that gun is not there to get you into danger. It's to get you and your loved ones out of danger.
Let me say something, because my understanding is if there's a school shooting or there's a work shooting, you really don't want to be Sheriff Bob. You don't want to go after them. You don't want to, what you want to do is get out. If you can't get out, that's when you have to stop the threat if it comes towards you, or if you have a chance to stop it if you're in a situation where you can't get out. Is that right? Get out if you can't get out?
That's absolutely right.
You're not
Best
Sheriff
way
Bob.
to survive. That's
You're
right.
not Sheriff Bob.
And the thing to think about too is, and I commend people who have that heroic spirit. However, think about from the police response standpoint, they don't know who the shooter is. They don't have much information. The information they have is at best third hand because it's coming over a dispatch, over a call taker. And so as the officers arrive, if they see you who have interceded in a situation, you're in plain clothes, you have no markings, you have no idea who you are, and you're holding a gun, and it maybe has just shot somebody. It could be just a disaster. So, it's an extremely fluid situation. I tell people all the time, the main thing is to get you and your loved ones away from the danger, create as much time and distance, and let the authorities, respond. Now, of course, these people in Michigan, the brave men and women of the safety team, that was their job. And thank goodness they were prepared to do it and saved, there's no question in my mind, saved dozens of lives and saved us from talking about another national tragedy here on the anniversary of what happened in Charleston.
Man, Rob, I really, really appreciate you. Rob Chadwick, thank you for giving us your time this morning. Thank you for your service as an FBI tactical training program head there at Quantico, and former supervisory special agent with the FBI, and now with the head of the Personal and Public Safety at the USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association. Thank you for all of what you do for us and your service prior to that.
Thanks so much, and have a safe and happy holiday weekend.
You too, my friend. Okay, coming up, that was really good. That guy's awesome. Thank God for people like him, you know? All right, Chris Kroc on Chicago's Morning Answer. I got so much to get into. We, at 7 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the big, beautiful bill, because what is in it, what passed it, it's just like, what happened, what's going on? There's a lot of interesting stuff. We'll get into all the stuff, what affects, what cuts, what's been cut, what's not. That's at 7 o'clock. But then also, I want to hit on some short stuff here. Maybe I'll squeeze this in. The Aurora mayor. My folks were in Naperville before going back into the city years ago. So I was in Naperville a lot. I'd come to town and visit with my folks. So nearby Aurora, of course. The mayor is under trouble. They say under fire. Channel 7 says under fire over fireworks stuff. I'll tell you about that. It's quite entertaining and amusing. That's next. It's Chris Kroc in for on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560, The Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Hey guys, it's not enough to manipulate your testosterone by getting those shots. Did you ever stop to ask, why is my testosterone level so low anyway? Well, if you're a Y guy like me, I've got something for you to think about. Hormone levels get skewed not with age. Hormones get skewed by poor lifestyle habits. Our male hormone test can help us find the why behind your male hormone challenges. So give us a call and get your male hormone test today. Pumping hormones into your bloodstream is not the answer, not without the many health risks associated. Stop tampering with your hormones, because if you don't, you'll probably live long enough to regret it. So from one Y guy to another Y guy, let's get her done the right way, the only way, taking more natural steps towards healthy hormone balance and performance today. It's our male hormone test. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks. Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Chicagoland traffic. The Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
please, can we go any slower?
You could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get Quick Delivery Service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick Delivery Service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit quickdelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to quickdelivery.com.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
AM 560, The Answer.
I have not heard this one in a long time. I was at the Clapton Stevie Ray Vaughan concert in Alpine Valley, East Troy, Wisconsin, where Stevie Ray Vaughan took the chopper there for Clapton and unfortunately died. Last time I saw Clapton in concert, And unfortunately, Stevie Ray Vaughan, I can't believe I was at that concert. So foggy that night, coming back on 14 from Wisconsin back into Chicagoland. All right, hey, coming up at 7 o'clock, out of the news, we're going to talk to a gentleman here with it's a long title, American Commitment and Principle of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. I know who that is. Hey, the Aurora mayor, we're going to get into this more. We don't have enough time, but a little later. The Aurora mayor's in trouble because it's illegal to have fireworks. But they said, hey, if you're going to shoot them away from people or something like that. And meanwhile, he's like handing out things with telling people you can get a fine. And all the righteous people in the city government there are going after him on ABC7. ABC7's treating him like a criminal. We'll get into that. We got some audio. We'll play that a little later. This is WIND Chicago. It's Chris Rock on Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan back Monday on AM 560 The Answer. WIND Chicago. Again. I think. Oh, I'm a little early. Usually I'm late. Where are we? There we are.
We've got all the cards and we're going to use them. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News, President Trump on Truth Social there is pushing House Republicans to pass the so-called One Big Beautiful bill passed by the Senate yesterday with no votes to spare. House Speaker Mike Johnson could hold a vote on final passage today.
This is no longer just a House bill. It's not a Senate bill. It's the bill of the people, of the hardworking American people, and we are going to deliver it.
Republican opposition so far not enough to hold it back.
That Rules Committee debated the bill for about 12 hours last night and will take it up with the full House of Representatives about 9 this morning, and a vote is expected later today. House Speaker Mike Johnson told our own Sean Hannity last night he expects the big, beautiful bill to pass. And the just two House Republicans voted against reporting the bill out of the Rules Committee. Ralph Norman and Chip Roy, who have long expressed reservations over this bill that now totals some 940 pages. No Democrats voted to advance it. And, of course, the Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes if all Democrats vote against it.
It's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in D.C. There's a settlement worth at least $16 million in President Trump's lawsuit against CBS parent company Paramount over edits to a Kamala Harris interview the president called election interference. A man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death in 2022 is expected in court today to change his plea to guilty.
We expect Bryan Kohberger will enter guilty pleas to all 4 counts of first-degree murder and that 1 count of felony burglary. He will waive his right to any appeal on these charges moving forward. There will be a sentencing date that will be set likely a month out from now, where he will receive those 4 consecutive life sentences without parole. And this is all to take the death penalty off the table, which his team has been fighting for since it was filed notice of this years ago. We could expect the prosecution to lay out some of the facts that support this, but as far as any details of the crime, we may not be hearing those this afternoon.
Fox's Chanley Painter in Boise. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 74 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Illinois is working to improve health care affordability and access in the state. Governor Pritzker signed into law the Prescription Drug Affordability Act and the Health Care Protection Expansion Act.
We're empowering the stakeholders that matter, and those are the patients and the providers. We're not here empowering the insurance companies who seem to have all the power.
The Prescription Drug Affordability Act regulates pharmacy benefits managers, the middlemen who negotiate prices between drug manufacturers, insurers, and pharmacies. The Health Care Protection Expansion Act strengthens consumer protections in health insurance coverage by increasing transparency in coverage decisions, reducing surprise billing, and expanding access to essential health benefits. The village of Dalton is one step closer to buying Pope Leo XIV's childhood home.
With this once-in-a-lifetime, and I will say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we can either seize this moment and move it forward, or we can let that moment go to an investor.
Mayor Jason House hopes to close the deal within the next 2 weeks. The village's board of trustees approved the purchase last night during a special bond meeting. The house is up for private auction through July 17th. The Pope's parents bought the brick house in Dalton brand new back in 1949. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder knows why we haven't heard much from the left.
Polling that shows most Americans support what President Trump is doing, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuke. Now, the reason Democrats haven't said anything is because they do not want to give any support to President Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, what he says, they're just not going to do it.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, about 19 minutes. Outbound, about 32 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 23 minutes. Outbound, about 32 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 32 minutes. Outbound, about 21 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, about 15 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will bring partly sunny skies with a high of 88. Expect clear conditions tonight with a low of 70. Tomorrow, anticipate partly sunny weather with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, it will be sunny to partly cloudy and hot with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crock in. Dan's back on Monday. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. The big, beautiful bill if you want to call it that, of course. Others don't want to, not so much, etc. There's so much to ask about this. It's such a freaking behemoth, and I know I've read a lot, and I still have lots of questions, and that's why Phil Kerpen, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right there, Phil. I got that right, my friend?
You got it, Phil Kerpen.
Woo!
Thanks.
Yeah, baby. President of the American Commitment and principal of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. I like that. All I know is I usually tend to agree with everything you guys say. Typically.
Thank you.
That's a good way to start the conversation.
Wait a second. You haven't read all 887 pages of the Senate version yet? It's been out almost the whole day now.
I did last night. I didn't go to sleep. And it's been on all day, yes. And then I slept with it. The pages were everywhere, but I did read it in preparation for our interview this morning.
Very good.
So first of all, you correct me if I'm wrong on this. The Senate passed it. It eked it out, and then now it goes for the House. But in the House, it may or may not even. It's like one person, two people, and then it's all. And then they may redo it. Some people are trying to already undermine it. The guy from Tennessee, I forget what his name is, a congressman from Tennessee. I usually like what he says. Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's Ogle, isn't it?
Andy Ogles, maybe.
Yeah, Andy Ogle. That's it. Yeah.
He usually has something good to say.
Yeah, he's great. But he said something. There's one little thing he doesn't like, and so the whole thing might, he might try to derail it or file some motion. Where are we at? And then is it possible that it could pass the House today or tomorrow, or what are we looking at?
Well, I think that the Speaker and the President would prefer if the House just passed what the Senate produced, and we don't have another round of back and forth, because that's the fastest and simplest way from here to the signing ceremony at the White House on July 4th that the President wants. Whether that's possible, I don't know. I mean, I think that, on balance, it's a pretty good bill. It does the most important thing, which is canceling a $4 trillion tax hike that's going to hammer every American taxpayer come January 1st if they do nothing, which, by the way, every Democrat seems fine with that, because they vote against every single version of the bill, and they haven't introduced their own. So you kind of think, wait a second, so they actually want all our taxes to go up. But there's a lot of other good stuff in here, and there's some not as good things. And I think the question that House conservatives will have to deal with is, if we vote against this or threaten to and stop it from moving quickly, will the bill plausibly get better, or is this the best thing that the Senate can bear, and therefore sending it back will only make it worse or make it collapse completely, or make them give up and cut some horrible deal with Democrats? And that is, I don't know the answer. This is like game theory stuff at this point. I don't know. I don't know if it can be approved. The one thing that I would really like to see them remove is this last-minute provision that the green energy lobbyists got slipped into the Senate bill that really undermines one of the key provisions that House conservatives fought so hard for, which is this idea that there's going to be a real cutoff.
Is this the solar and wind tax thing?
Yeah, so the language that the House guys fought so hard for, and that was in the Senate bill and is still in the Senate bill, was language that says if your facility is not in service by the end of 2027, actually producing electricity by the end of 2027, it can't qualify for subsidies. And that is a really good cutoff to make sure that all these subsidies actually go away while Trump's still there, and you're not going to, it's not going to be another one of these things where it gets extended forever. Well, at the last second in the Senate, they put in a provision that says, if you are, quote unquote, in construction, then you get an extra 4 years.
If you're constructing the project now.
Right. But the problem with that is that has a definition that is almost, it's almost trivial to meet the definition of in construction. This is one of the problems we've had historically with these subsidies. The way the IRS defines in construction is that you've raised 5% of the funds.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, we got a guy with a hammer over there. He just picked up a hammer.
It's ridiculous. So basically, they still have that 2027 in production language in there, but it's totally undercut by this other paragraph they slipped in that says, hey, it has to be in production by 2027, unless it's under construction, which everybody can qualify for. Then you get 4 extra years, and so that's really bad. So I'm hoping they can remove that, and I would like to see that happen now. You got to ask now, were there senators that said, I can't vote for the bill unless you slip this in there? And, do we have a problem getting it back through the Senate if that comes out, in which case maybe we have to live with that horrible provision? I don't know. But I would definitely like to see that change. But on the whole, there's a lot of really good stuff in here. There is. And they were able to add back school choice provisions. They were able to add back HSA expansions. There's a lot of stuff. Although you're not going to like this news on the school choice provisions, because this might be really bad for your state. The original House version created school choice scholarships in all 50 states. The Senate version, states have to opt in to.
Oh, yeah, that's never going to happen here.
Yeah,
Dick Durbin just
the thing is, you can really, I think we can really shame the states that don't do it, though, because we can say you're basically leaving federal tax credit dollars on the table.
You can't shame you can't shame J.B. Pritzker or Dick Durbin. You can't shame them. Yeah.
So I hate that they did that. I mean, that really, I was thinking we're going to get scholarships in all 50 states, and now obviously we won't. So that was a little bit of a disappointment for sure.
Here's what I want to ask you, if I may, Phil. Phil Kerpen, president of the American Commitment and principal of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. Real fast, if I may, and I know you got a lot more on the big beautiful bill and where it's at and what. This is so. I think I got this right. The Wall Street Journal has an editorial they had 2 days ago, "The Great Budget Baseline Con," and basically saying, it's going to increase the deficit by $3.3 trillion. No, they say that's only if you assume Congress was going to tolerate a $4.5 trillion tax increase, which only would happen if the tax cuts expire by the end of this year. And the way the CBO scores this is they don't count as if the law continues on past this year, which it will when this gets passed. They only count it as in it ends this year, and therefore it's going to. So basically, what I'm saying is, does it add $4.5 trillion or $3.5 trillion or any of that, or is it revenue neutral? Talk to me.
Well, I think this bill will actually reduce deficits, and I think it will reduce deficits pretty substantially if you think that it's a bad thing to let these tax hikes hit full force. And, the Democrats seem to actually want a $4 trillion plus tax hike come January 1st. And I think that the right way to think about this is the way that Republicans in the Senate are thinking about it, because if the tax rates have been what they've been since 2017 and everyone's used to them and then letting them go up is a tax hike. That's how everybody thinks about it. That's how everybody would experience it. And so this idea that, we should act as if this tax hike is going to happen and therefore preventing it as a new tax cut and we have to pay for it, I think that's totally wrong and backwards. That's not the way anybody actually thinks about this. And so I do agree with what they're doing in terms of the baseline. But I also think, the biggest variable by far in the federal budget picture is economic growth. And the current CBO forecast has like 1.7% economic growth, anemic. And I believe, based on what we saw under Trump in his first 3 years before he, went haywire and put Birx and Fauci in charge of the country, but when he was actually running things and doing his policies, we had really robust economic growth and really robust income growth. In fact, I think the median income his first 3 years was up like $6,000. It was up more in those 3 years than it been up the whole century to date at that point.
Yes.
So, let's do the deregulation. Let's do the energy. We've got the border under control now. Let's get tax policy solid, especially on the business side, and get incentives for investment, get a lot of that capital off the sidelines, get the growth rate up, and the federal budget picture will improve dramatically. And I think that's the way the president's thinking about it also. If you look at what he wrote on Truth Social, where he said, look, go for growth. I think that's exactly right.
So here's another question for you, Phil. This was a separate editorial from a few days, June 26th, about those millions losing Medicaid. Now, Democrats claim that 7.8 million or some odd million are going to be cut off of Medicaid with this bill. And the Journal goes through and tells us what these numbers really are. And you total it up, and it comes to that number, basically. They say a few things. 4.8 million are uninsured because they're, and I'll just say it, bums. They are able-bodied and refuse to work. They're 20 hours a week or volunteer 20-hour a week. In fact, the American Enterprise Institute says the most common activity for these bums is sleeping. After sleeping is watching TV and playing video games, spending 4.2, not 4.1 hours per day watching TV and playing video games, or 125 hours in a 30-day month. So that's 4.8 million of bums, basically, is what I call them. And then another 1.4 million of illegals, and then 1.6 million subsidized coverage. They could go to Obamacare instead. So why am I paying your Medicaid where you can get Obamacare? Now, first of all, is that accurate? And second of all, I heard and I believe the 1.4 million illegals are still going to be on Medicaid. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they definitely stepped up eligibility checks. They're going to be eligibility checks and audits every 6 months now. Biden had stopped eligibility checking completely in Medicaid, which is one of the reasons that Medicaid spending was up 50% during the Biden presidency, totally out of control. By the way, did you know that New York State in just this past year, their federal Medicaid draw was up 21% in 1 year?
Is that the illegals?
Every scam in the book, and it's I mean, they're supposedly not covering illegals with federal money, but what California and New York do is they use various scams to turn their to turn federal money into state money, basically through various money laundering alchemy schemes. And then they say, hey, we're covering the illegals with our own state money, even though we just got it from the feds and laundered it. And so it's that's a big part of it. And they crack down on those schemes in this bill. In fact, the Senate bill cracked down on the money laundering schemes better than the House version, because the House version grandfathered New York and California, which I found pretty obscene. The Senate version phases out their schemes, phases it down over time. And so, look, I don't know the exact numbers, but there are other categories that you didn't even mention there that are pretty ridiculous.
But the illegals are still going to get Medicaid then.
Well, what they said is they said you can't. They were going to cut off like emergency services. Like an illegal, has shows up at a hospital with some emergency situation. They've got to cover them. They were going to say Medicaid dollars don't have to pay for that. And the parliamentarians said they couldn't do that.
That's right. Okay,
for
go
regular
ahead.
coverage, non-emergency, they are going to be cut off, and they are going to do eligibility checks and so forth.
That's good. All right, what do you got?
So the other thing is, we've got millions of people that are enrolled in two different states' Medicaid plans.
Yes.
Medicaid managed care providers collecting for the same person in two different states. The other thing is, a lot of these people who are signed up for Medicaid, especially younger people, a lot of them don't even use health care. They're just signed up because some broker signed them up, some insurance company signed them up, just as a way to farm federal money. And so the other thing is, with the work requirements, why I think they're so valuable. You've also got people that are working, right? But they're working off the book somewhere, working for cash, and they're also getting every government program you can imagine by pretending they don't have any income. And so if you require people to be somewhere and to work or to volunteer or to be in job training, now all the people that are working off the books while they're getting food stamps and Medicaid and housing vouchers and everything else, now they can't do that, right? Because they're going to have to account for their time. And so I think that's going to be a really, really big positive also in cracking down on a lot of the abuses that's in these programs. But I mean, the main thing to me on the Medicaid stuff, and this is what people need to why is it that when you've had a program that's grown completely out of control? Like I said, New York just increased their federal draw 21% in 1 year. We know under Biden, overall Medicaid federal spending was up over 50% in 4 years. This bill doesn't even decrease it. I wish it did, because it just had this crazy increase. Overall Medicaid spending under this bill grows about 3% a year going forward. And they're saying, oh my God, this is the end of the world. This is a disaster. This is vicious, terrible cuts and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, this Medicaid spending is still much higher under this bill than it would have been on the trajectory it was on before Biden, by a lot. This just slightly bends down this curve that's been going almost straight up. And you look at what's getting more expensive in our society. The number one thing that's growing in cost is hospital prices. They've been going vertical for the last couple of decades, even worse than college tuition. So if you just shovel unlimited money at something with no eligibility checks, you just drive the price of everything up. It's only been great for hospital administrators. It hasn't been great for anyone else, really. And I think that and the hospitals put the rural hospitals out front, which is like 2% of hospital spending. They said, "Oh my God, you're going to kill the rural hospitals." So they put $50 billion.
You're killing people. Yes.
They put a $50 billion bailout in this bill just for rural hospitals to stop that talking point. I mean, there's this is, but I think the one of the smartest things they did in this bill that got very little attention is they said that hospital payments in Medicaid cannot be higher than they are in Medicare, because what a lot of states have been doing, the way these scams work in a lot of states, what they've been doing is they go to the hospitals and they say, hey, we're going to put a tax on you to draw down a massive amount of federal matching funds, and then we'll give the money back to you, like charge us double or triple for Medicaid patients, what we pay for a Medicare patient. That's how we'll shovel the money back to you, and more. Okay, that's horrendous. Not only does it rip off federal taxpayers, but it means that that hospitals make more money treating people on Medicaid who didn't pay in, who didn't earn it, than they do seniors on Medicare who paid into it their whole life. So this bill phases down, it phases in over a few years a cap on Medicaid payments to hospitals. They can't be more than Medicare payments. And that's going to stop a lot of the shenanigans, because if you can't, the hospitals can't just put up the money via tax to get a massive amount of federal money, and then you hand it right back to them as a state-directed payment if the state-directed payments are capped. And so I think that provision, which hasn't got a whole lot of attention, is a very, very powerful and important one. And I don't think. The Democrats never really get into specifics, right? They say, oh, my God, Medicaid cuts. Oh, my God, Medicaid cuts.
Right.
Like, ask a Democrat, why should Medicaid be paying more to hospitals than Medicare? Like, why was that okay? Why should Medicaid be paying 2 or 3 times, in some cases, what Medicare pays?
Phil, I got a couple more real quick questions because we got about a minute left. I wanted to ask you this, a few things. Number one, the focus now shifting to the House. What do you think's going down here? What's the timeline? And do you think with such a narrow margin, we got literally 8-vote margin that we're in control of the chamber, Republicans are, what do you see happening, and where do you see it happening? Because this seems like it also is like hanging on by a thread.
Well, look, the House leadership was very involved in this bill moving through the Senate with the hope that they could pass it directly to the House and there wouldn't be more back and forth. And I think that's why you see, they did do the $40,000 state and local tax deduction, which is pretty obscene, but, it's what their members from New York and California and New Jersey were demanding in the House and the Senate. The only difference they ended up with is that they do it for 4 years instead of 10 years. But, we know after 4 years they'll extend it again.
Yep.
So it's not that big a difference if we're honest. So they put that in there. That is supposed to get the House moderates and more liberal Republicans on board. And then the theory from the speaker, I think, was that you get the conservatives on board by being aggressive on repealing, all the green energy subsidies, the wind and solar and electric vehicle giveaways, which is why there's this potential speed bump now. What I mentioned, that provision that was slipped in, that loophole that was slipped in, if House conservatives get pretty angry about that, you might need to see another Senate vote to take that out. So we'll see. I mean, I think that to me right now looks like the biggest stumbling block to this moving through. But maybe it's explained to them that there's no way to get it through the Senate without that, and maybe they swallow it. I don't know, but that provision I think is the thing to watch right now.
Phil, I want to also just say this on our way out. Phil Kerpen, the president of American Commitment and Principle of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. My favorite thing that made me laugh my butt off out loud, just sitting in my studio last night, late, burning the candle at both ends before I go to bed, is from the Wall Street Journal today or yesterday, the Alaskan extraction.
Unbelievable.
This is great. This is great.
She's the last total shameless old-time politician who's just like, look, if you want my vote, this is the crap I need. I mean, Alaskan native boat captains get $50,000 of tax-exempt income.
You stole my thunder.
She just has like a list in her back pocket. And by the way, if you're as outraged as I am about all the ridiculous Alaska provisions in here, the guy to blame is Tom Tillis from North Carolina, because Murkowski wasn't going to vote for this bill and it was going to pass. And then Tillis decides, oh, no, I'm a no vote. And now they have to go to Murkowski and say, give us your ransom list.
Yes, here it is, requiring a minimum of 6 offshore leases, which I think is great, in Alaska between 2026 and 2032. And they'll receive 70% of the royalties from the production. But this is what made me laugh so hard. You already mentioned, you stole it from me. $50,000 in charitable deduction for the expenses of whaling boat captains. Ahoy, matey!
Right. I didn't know there were enough of those to be a constituency worth getting a tax benefit for it.
Phil, I'm going to leave after the show today. I'm going to go be a whaleboat captain for a day and make $50,000. I appreciate you coming. Here I go to fight Moby Dick. Phil, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for all the work you guys do at the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. Have a wonderful day, sir.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Thank you very much. All right, so coming up, 2 things. We're going to get into Puff Daddy. I don't like calling him Diddy, whatever, but it's such a stupid name. But why did he have in the sketch artist for the federal courts where you can't go in there with cameras? Why did he have massive bug eyes? The oh bleep look, as his lawyers were surrounding him yesterday. How bleeped is Puff Daddy, a.k.a. Diddy? And then 7:37, we're going to talk to a Wyoming billionaire who's going to give us all money. No, I'm just kidding. He is trying to buy TikTok, and he has a very decent chance at it. All that coming up next. It's Chris Crock filling in on Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan back Monday on AM 560, The Answer.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. What a win for parents' rights. In Mamu v. Taylor, handed down last Friday, the Supreme Court affirmed in a 6-3 holding that parents, not schools, have the last word on what their children are going to be taught. The case focused on Maryland's Montgomery County Board of Education. There, books with LGBTQ themes had been approved for primary school curricula. Some parents objected, but the board ultimately refused to allow them to opt their children out. Justice Alito's majority opinion made it clear the board's approach didn't pass constitutional muster, implicitly noting the irony of excluding religious parents' views from the inclusive environment the board sought to encourage. This ruling's importance really can't be overstated. The Supreme Court has made it clear. Schools may not impose views on America's children that conflict with the views and values of their parents. Full stop.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 74 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The U.S. Agency for International Development is officially shutting down.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio made the announcement in the culmination of the Trump administration's months-long effort to dismantle the agency. USAID was targeted by DOJ with the aim of curbing waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. Rubio insisted years of foreign aid had failed to deliver results for the U.S. and said that the State Department would take over distribution of foreign assistance. Meanwhile, the Lancet Medical Journal has estimated the end of foreign aid could cause millions of additional deaths around the world. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Fireworks may be a staple of Independence Day, but unfortunately so are injuries and deaths. And they don't just happen on the 4th of July.
In 2024, over 14,000 firework-related injuries were reported, most involving the hands, head, and ears. 11 people were killed. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission is hoping to turn things around with a reminder to the public to never let children play with fireworks, keep a bucket of water or a hose close by in case of a fire, and carefully follow instructions on packaging when handling fireworks. For more information, go to cpsc.gov. I'm Michael Kastner.
This news update is quick delivered by Quick Delivery Service. For reliable same-day delivery, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick up your items and move them safely to their destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. At Check of the Roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher explains what drives his show.
Now, am I oversimplifying this? Let's figure it out together. This is a caller-driven show. If you're new to what we do, I like you as our talking heads. I don't really like authors and guests, and I like Americans. That's what this show is about. Americans talking with Americans and trying to figure it all out together. I want to help.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Before you go down that road, hit pause. Amy Jacobson here, and I want to tell you about something that's helping a lot of AM 560 listeners get their lives back. It's my friends at QC Kinetics. They are the leaders in regenerative medicine. They provide treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma designed to help your body heal itself. So no more masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem to provide healing. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. Even Joe Rogan loves it. AM 560 listener Tracy is proud to report that she's a new QC Kinetics customer. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments available, and this could be life-changing. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today and tell them Amy Jacobson sent you. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
We're entering some very uncertain times with everything that is happening overseas. We need to be on alert at home as well. You should have a Byrna on you at all times, especially one that is small enough to conceal wherever you go. Meet the new compact launcher. It's touted as the world's smallest, less lethal pistol launcher. The same size as a smartphone, but it has all the firepower that you need to stop an attacker in their tracks without dealing with a mental or financial repercussion of using a real firearm. These are equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It's designed to stop somebody right in their tracks and incapacitate them for up to 40 minutes. The compact launcher is perfect for women who want protection but don't want to really carry a firearm. And if you're traveling this summer, Byrna is legal in all 50 states. It requires no background checks and can be shipped directly to your door. Byrna is proudly American with every unit that is hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So visit Byrna.com today and find the right launcher for your family. That's Byrna.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, about 19 minutes. Outbound, about 32 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 23 minutes. Outbound, about 32 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 32 minutes. Outbound, about 21 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, about 15 minutes. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find some amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be partly sunny with a high of 88. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 70. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny conditions with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, anticipate sunny to partly cloudy skies and hot weather with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. Chris Crock in on Chicago's Morning Answer, filling in for Dan. He's back on Monday. 312-642-5600 is our number. This is pretty cool. I don't get to talk to a billionaire too often. Maybe I do, and I just don't know the billionaires out there, but I know I got one on the phone. Reed Rasner, which is pretty cool, founder and CEO of Omnivest Financial and owner of Rasner Media. Hello, sir. How are you? Welcome to The Answer.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Thank you for coming on. So I love your shiny, happy face on there in the picture, seeing you, and it's nice to see a happy billionaire. Some billionaires are not happy. And
it depends on the day, huh?
yeah, that's true. We got you at a good one on the picture there. But so you're interested in buying TikTok. You're in the process of trying to buy TikTok, if I'm not mistaken, and which is so cool. And reading articles about you. Seeing you as from my view, a red-blooded American, a great man who has nothing but the best interests for your companies, for this country, etc. And I have always thought, one time out doing my lawn, listening to the news, Fox News or whatever, and I hear one of our former intelligence folks say that TikTok is a Chinese malware app. It makes me think about. Did you see The Kingsman, I think it is, where they're like, they use the little phone thing and they hit it and Samuel L. Jackson hits it and then everybody starts, killing each other or whatever. It's not the same thing, but it's like it's a toxic thing that is designed to hurt us versus the TikTok in China. How do you feel about that before we get into your goals here on getting TikTok?
Well, the Chinese are definitely using it for nefarious purposes globally, not just against America, but globally. So protecting digital sovereignty, protecting your data, and truly protecting your children, because you don't know what is being shown to them and what's being put in front of their face 30 seconds at a time, 15 seconds at a time, these very short-form videos. No one under 18 will be on our app. They'll be on Kids Talk. That's going to be STEM focus, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics. When we take over this company, there's going to be some changes. It's going to be positive. Most importantly, you're going to control your data. Gone are the days of big tech owning your data and selling your data. If you say, Reed, you can use my data to improve my algorithm, we will. If you say opt out, then you opt out.
There you go.
You own and control your data. But if we monetize that data, most importantly, we're going to profit share in that with you. So if you say opt in and you say, yeah, use my data, and then also I'm going to allow you to monetize it, we're going to profit share all the way up. So you'll be making money off your data, which is revolutionary in the social media landscape.
Now, Reed, you, from my understanding, are one of several outfits that are American outfits or American-based outfits that are trying to acquire TikTok. For example, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, last I heard he was still, I could be off, still trying to lead a group to buy TikTok. Is that accurate? And how many other folks are out there trying to do this? I mean, I got no. Well,
to my knowledge, there are 3 of us, maybe 4. And I was just in a meeting again yesterday. I had to fly out and do that. So, Mr. Wonderful is, to my knowledge, not one of. And he's Canadian.
Yes, Canadian. He is. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
A boot.
A boot, yeah.
But, I mean, if he would like to join our venture and become part of it, maybe the door is always open. I haven't heard anything about Mr. Beast. I heard that he made an offer, but...
yeah, Mr. Beast, that's another one.
I can tell you at the negotiating table, there's only a few of us, and the names you said aren't there.
Mr. Beast is not there, nor is Mr. Wonderful. It's funny, Mr. This, Mr. That. Okay, so there's three of you. I got to ask you this, too, like, because what if, I mean, you're a very wise businessman. That's why you're a billionaire, I would assume. And why wouldn't this be like Twitter, where Musk, purchases Twitter, presumably, truthfully, in a very good way to save freedom of speech for our country? Why wouldn't this be like Twitter for you? And by the way, is ByteDance going to really sell you the algorithm that works so well for them? I'll get on the Chi-Coms in a second, but go ahead.
So it's unlike Twitter because it's not publicly traded. It's not American owned. So this is unlike any business deal. And I still may not get it at the end of the day, and no one may get it at the end of the day. But we're trying. So China has to allow ByteDance to sell. If China says no, then there's no deal.
Right.
And on our end, President Trump has to say you're allowed to buy. And if President Trump says anyone but you is allowed to buy, then you're not going to buy it. So there's a lot of political things happening in a business transaction that shouldn't be happening. And that's what makes this unique and interesting and challenging all at the same time. As far as will the algorithm go with TikTok, our offer is the only offer saying it has to, because the last Congress passed legislation and the last administration signed it into law saying that there has to be a full divestiture of that algorithm from China or there is no deal. So to meet regulatory standards in America, you not only have to buy TikTok America, the American holding, but you also have to buy the full algorithm and they have to divest from it. So that's why our offer is $47.45 billion, $20 billion more than the next guy.
Nice.
I mean, we still may not get it, but we're still fighting hard. It's a very unique business deal. It's challenging, and I'll never back away from a good challenge. So we're going to keep fighting for it.
Okay, so, and by the way, Trump, you know how we all know that Trump's been signing up and kind of renewing the ability for TikTok to lawfully operate in America. It went dark for one day earlier this year. How long did he sign on to renew it this latest time? Is it going to expire where it'll go dark again because Trump says so in the order?
September 19th. September 19th is when the executive order expires. However, just this weekend he came out and he said there's a really great group of guys that are going to close this deal, and he's hoping in 2 weeks. So I spoke with the administration, I said we don't need more extensions. We just need to get the transaction done. And my idea and that I brought to the table was let's make one big beautiful deal. And all of us, there's 3 or 4 of us at the table here, all of us come together and present one big beautiful deal to President Trump. And then he to China, and let's get this done because we've ended our trade negotiations with China. It sounds like we're on some solid footing there. We've made some solid ground. So one big beautiful deal with Reisner Media and a couple other the people at the table, and I think it's a big enough company and there's enough meat there that everyone can be very happy at the end of the day. And most importantly, the American people win at the end of the day, and we get to save TikTok for 170 plus million Americans currently on that app. And it affects my state, Wyoming, a great deal because there's over 6,000 small businesses, and we're a low population state, who use and rely on TikTok. So we're doing something great for America and Americans every single day. And our one big, beautiful deal, I hope President Trump is considering it. He made the announcement on this weekend, Saturday or Sunday it was.
So he may have been talking about you. He may have been talking about you. He may have been talking about you guys? Is that what you're saying when he said that? He's got an outfit that might have a deal?
He may have been, but we got to make a deal happen, though. So we'll see. The deal has to be good. Everyone has to walk away feeling like they didn't win everything. But, I mean, it's a business deal. You don't win everything, but you're going to feel good when you walk away. So everyone needs to walk away from this feeling good. And if there's no deal, there's no deal. But we fought like heck, and we tried hard.
Reed Rasner, I have one more question for you, but I just want to let people know who we're talking to. Reed Rasner, founder and CEO of Omnivest Financial and owner of Rasner Media, with a multi-billion-dollar, tens of billions of dollar offer to take TikTok. Here's another interesting thing, or actually a thing where I was like, whoa, Trump, and I love Trump, but he won't be the president forever. Trump recently floated the idea of a joint venture that produces a 50-50 ownership split between the United States and ByteDance. I don't know if that means if you acquire them, that'll be 50-50 with the country.
Yeah.
What's that about? Because, I mean, first of all, I would expect no private company to want to go into business with the United States. Second of all, what is that? I don't understand what that is.
Well, so he wants to create the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we're calling it the Freedom Fund because I don't like the sound of Sovereign Wealth Fund.
I like that.
So the Freedom Fund will be established for President Trump. It was a campaign promise. He wanted it. He'll more than likely get it. Will he get 50% of ByteDance, TikTok America? No. We're offering 5% as a gift to America to establish the Freedom Fund and get it going. So 5% of our nearly $50 billion bid, $47.45 billion, will go back to the American people to start the Freedom Fund. And we want to make sure that that's earmarked to be spent on Americans, on American soil, hopefully for meaningful infrastructure, because we need those roads, we need clean water, we need new airports, we need meaningful infrastructure in this country when we don't want that money going overseas in any way. We want it to make sure it impacts America and Americans in a positive way. Will they own 50%? No, I don't think so.
So what I got confused on, and now I understand, so it'll be a fund, but they won't be any control in the ownership if the United States gets 5% or whatever the percentages of the TikTok purchase. Now I understand. Okay, no control.
Well, we certainly don't want the government controlling our social media.
I know. That's I read that. I know.
2020 wasn't a lesson for all of us.
We need to. Here's what I want.
Learn nothing.
Let me propose you a deal. I have a deal for you, sir. This is a new deal. This is an interesting, new, perhaps beautiful thing. Whatever. Let's propose a deal where the Nina Jankowicz, remember her, Scary Poppins? Remember that one? She sent the information. Scary Poppins can oversee TikTok when you buy it. How about that? Come on, who's with me?
Well, we'll see about that, but I can promise you the U.S. government isn't going to be controlling it if I own.
Listen, I want to thank you. Like this, in a time, for some time now, where billionaires are vilified, I want to thank you for continuing the American dream, for innovation, for investment in this company, and for bringing others up with you. Because people like you inspire me. As far as like you're probably 24/7 on. Lots of awesome stuff. People like myself, I like to watch from you and take notes and be inspired by you. Thank you for what you do for this country to make it drive and to work and to grow. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you, guys. Go out there and do something massive. Change the world and make a lot of money, guys. There's nothing wrong with money.
Here I go. I'm a little bit behind you, though.
There you go.
Thanks, Reed. Appreciate you very much.
Fine.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot to ask him, can I borrow a few bucks? No, probably not. Okay. Anyways, that was fun. That was really fun. He might buy TikTok. That was cool. I thought that was very cool. And based on what our conversation was, I think I'm on board with the guy getting it so far. I got no objections. Okay, coming up next, this is Chris Crock, by the way, on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. And Dan's back Monday. Coming up next, I want to hit this. We will have enough time, I think, finally. I want to get this in. Mayor, I don't know, is it Lash? Or I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Mayor John Lash in Aurora is under fire because he's one message says you can't do fireworks in Aurora because it's illegal, let alone in the state of Illinois. The other one, he had a public message telling people if you're going to shoot fireworks, shoot them this way. Like, shoot them away from this or that. It was so funny. And then Puff Daddy Diddy, the drawing that makes me laugh so hard was in the Daily Mail, their sketch artist, Puff Daddy's eyes, massive, bulging, and darting like, oh, crap, with lawyers all around him in the courthouse. I'll tell you what I've gleaned so far and where I think this is going from my perch. Chris Crock on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560, The Answer.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160, Hope for Your Life.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I am so excited to tell you about Level 10 Coatings. I was so tired of looking at that old, dirty, cracked garage floor, so I contacted Level 10 Coatings to get a clean, gleaming, stain-resistant entry to the home. Level 10 Coatings is Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana's premier concrete floor coating company with over 600 five-star Google reviews. Level 10 Coatings will give you a new, refreshed, decorative garage floor. They do it in one day. It's tough, resilient, clean, and a beautiful finish, and it's easy to maintain. And they also do basement floors, pool decks, and patios, too. Schedule a free consultation today and take advantage of their summer special. Get $500 off when you mention me, Amy Jacobson. Call now 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Are you prepared for the Illinois estate tax? If your estate is worth over $4 million, your heirs could face a tax bill of up to 16% when you pass. Financial advisor Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions can show you ways to potentially reduce or even eliminate that burden. One strategy is to start gifting assets during your lifetime to lower the taxable value of your estate. Another option is setting up irrevocable trusts, which can shield wealth from estate taxes. Charitable donations and life insurance policies can also be smart tools to offset tax liabilities. Planning ahead, though, is key. Without a proper strategy, your family could be left paying more than they need to. Don't wait. Call Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions now to help protect what you've worked so hard for. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. That's 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Ross Shaw talks about building income in retirement.
You know, you can actually structure it in a way that have that $4,000 a month coming in the door every single month. So you don't have to look at the stock ticker and say, oh, the stock market's up today, stock market's down. You still got that $4,000 a month, and having that opportunity to take the vacations and do all the fun things in retirement that you always dream to do.
Unleash your wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer, Chris Kroc. Dan is back on Monday. Aurora Mayor John Lash, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, on ABC7. Here comes ABC7 to go after him because hopefully, he's passing out flyers saying it's $1,000 up to $5,000 fine if you fire off fireworks, because it's obviously against the city ordinance, against the state of Illinois. We don't want people to have fireworks. We do not trust you with fireworks. You're lucky you have a firearm. They would take that away from us, too, if they could, right? Anyway, so Channel 7, quote-unquote, busts him because he put a social media post out that said, if you're going to fire fireworks or something like that, shoot them away from people or something like that, even though he's publicly passing out flyers telling people don't shoot fireworks. So, and then you have a city, an alderman, and you also have a former captain in the police department saying they're like, I am so outraged. How dare he? He's like, well, get out of here. It's freaking fireworks. Here's a little bit of that coverage from ABC7.
We want to make sure that everybody has a fun, safe, family-friendly 4th of July.
Aurora Mayor John Lash distributing door tags and talking to people, warning them that fireworks are illegal, both by state law and city ordinance. Anyone who fires them off in Aurora could be fined up to $1,000. This from a video the city intends to release tomorrow, but it seems to contradict a message on the mayor's Facebook page that suggests people fire them off away from downtown.
When you are telling people that it's okay to break a state...
Hey, go ahead and fire fireworks, but just fire them away from downtown. I love this guy. I would vote for this guy twice if I could. This guy's great.
When you are telling people that it's okay to break a state law, and I have a blueprint for it, when to do it, it's just shocking.
Shocking! Get out of here, dude. Really? Quit acting all shocked. Get out of here. One of these guys turned him into Channel 7. They do the story, and they act like they're surprised. Get out of here. You just don't like the mayor. If you liked him, you wouldn't be doing this crap. Here you go.
Dan Hoffman is a retired Aurora police commander.
What was posted was illegal, immoral, and degrades the integrity of the police department that the mayor's supposed to run.
The mayor...
What? You hear this guy? It's like you got caught with it's like the mayor got caught with a goat or something. Oh, this is outrageous! I can't believe it. It's freaking fireworks. This is so fake. These two are turds. Here we go. Let me play the rest of this.
Dan Hoffman is a retired Aurora police commander.
What was posted was illegal, immoral, and degrades the integrity of the police department that the mayor's supposed to run.
The mayor, who took office earlier this year, says he wants people to comply with the law.
Hopefully nobody violates the ordinance. I'm a realist. I've lived in Aurora a long time.
Alderman Franco, however, disagrees.
This is a state law, so I don't know how you think that you could violate that. It really is mind-boggling.
Shame on you. One of those two, I think that guy right there, I don't know who it is. I think one of these guys called, or somebody did, that doesn't like the mayor. John Lash, you got my vote. I don't live in Aurora, but I will vote like a good Democrat twice. You got my vote. And my dog will vote, and my dead grandparents are going to vote for you too, sir. None of them have lived in Aurora. My folks used to live in Naperville, but no one in Aurora. But we're still going to vote for you twice, and very often. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to an awesome guy who was with a lot of big stuff with the Pentagon on Iran, the nuclear program, and so much more. It's Chris Kroc on AM 560. The Answer, in for Dan on WIND Chicago.
Foreign nose would kill it. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bills back in the House with very little room for defections. With no support from Democrats, a final vote could happen today.
So now the Senate has sent their version of the bill. It's very heavily edited to the House. We're expecting them to begin deliberating. Speaker Mike Johnson and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise say that they're optimistic about this, but Johnson admits that the Senate changed a lot more than he anticipated.
85 to 90% of this bill is the House-generated product. The Senate made some modifications to it. They made it more conservative in some places and moderated it a little bit in others.
The newly amended bill has fiscal watchdogs like Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget warning this bill adds $5.5 trillion to the national debt.
It's Fox Business correspondent Kelly Saberi on Capitol Hill. Elon Musk, in a post on X, calls President Trump's comments about him wrong and disappointing. The president says Musk opposes the tax and spending bill because it ends electric vehicle subsidies. Musk says no, it's about the added debt. There's a response from Ukraine to a U.S. decision to stop delivery of some military aid.
Ukraine is warning the United States that any slowdown in the flow of weapons would only make Russia more confident. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry says while they are grateful for American support, any delay would only encourage the aggressor to continue the war. The Pentagon has halted some shipments of air defense missiles and other munitions because of concerns that stockpiles were too low. Russia has intensified air assaults in recent weeks. The Kremlin today saying the fewer weapons that are delivered, the sooner the conflict will end. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Court's back in session at the Sean Diddy Combs sex trial in New York City, with jurors resuming deliberations on the most serious racketeering conspiracy charge. They say they've reached verdicts on the other 4 charges. We do not know what those verdicts are. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 77 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Dualey. Governor Pritzker is tapping former Deputy Governor Christian Mitchell as his running mate in his bid for a third term. Mitchell says he's excited for the opportunity.
I am so excited to be joining JB in this moment because it's more critical than ever. We've made a lot of progress in the last 8 years, but we have to protect that progress. And together, we will always stand up for Illinois.
The governor's office announced that the Chicago native is Pritzker's pick for lieutenant governor. Mitchell is a former state representative and served as deputy governor in Pritzker's administration from 2019 to 2023. He currently serves as the vice president for civic engagement at the University of Chicago. Mayor Johnson is touting a big drop in violent crime in the city. The mayor says homicides are way down this year.
The steepest statistical drop in recent memory, with fewer than 200 homicides in the first 6 months of the calendar year.
Police say homicides, shootings, and robberies have each dropped by more than 30% so far this year. The mayor praised Chicago police commanders for effectively deploying resources and community violence intervention efforts. And you can now rent the mansion once owned by Michael Jordan. The Chicago area estate's now listed on Airbnb, but it's not cheap. A week-long rental's listed at about $121,000. This news update is quick delivered by Quick Delivery Service. For reliable same-day delivery, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick up your items and move them safely to their destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stock futures are mostly higher after President Trump's tax and spending bill made it through the Senate. It returns to the House. Mortgage rates cooled in the recent week, measured by the Mortgage Bankers Association. The average for a 30-year fixed rate declined to 6.79%. More applications were filed to purchase and refinance. Car sales cooled in June after shoppers rushed to buy in April and May, hoping to get ahead of tariff-related price increases. Analysts say the muted pace could continue. Ford, Subaru, and Toyota have all disclosed plans to raise prices. Crocs are back now that the quirky shoes have gone mainstream and the company is expanding internationally. Analysts at Bank of America are recommending investors buy Crocs shares. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda, invested in you.
Hugh Hewitt sees the president standing strong.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet.
He's a developer. He's not going to offer them the same term sheet.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're looking to refinance a home after a divorce, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Today, meet Lori, 50, social worker, score 650, income 90 G's a year. Call to refinance her mentally abusive ex-husband off the mortgage and title of their marital home per the divorce decree. Team Hochberg loan officer Anna Webdell helped Lori remove her ex-husband from the mortgage and title of the home, pay off debt totaling over $60,000, which included her attorney's fees, and saved her over $1,000 a month. Let's review. Team Hochberg loan officer Anna Webdell helped Lori remove her mentally abusive ex-husband from the mortgage and deed of the marital home, pay off all her debt, attorney's bills, and saved her over $1,000 a month. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound is about 42 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 34 minutes. Outbound, 35 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 33 minutes. Outbound is about 27 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne interchange, 21 minutes. Outbound, 11 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will bring partly sunny skies with a high of 88. Expect clear conditions tonight with a low of 70. Tomorrow, anticipate partly sunny weather with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, it will be sunny to partly cloudy and hot with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crock in, Dan back on Monday. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. The huge story of the day, other than Chuck DeCaro, who we're going to have on in just a second, and you'll hear why he's great too. But coming up, we're going to get into the unbelievable watershed moment with UPenn being literally brought to their knees, brought to heel like a dog for how they mistreated women. They are apologizing for how they treated Riley Gaines and so many other athletes, and particularly Paula Scanlon, who was on that UPenn team. You're going to hear their reactions. So Penn State admitting they were wrong, apologizing, and striking every win that Will Thomas, a.k.a. Leah Thomas, won as a UPenn athlete. I cannot wait to talk about that with you in a little bit, but this is also huge. Chuck DeCaro, you're exactly who I'd like to talk about. CNN's first special assignment correspondent, served with the 20th Special Forces Group Airborne, former outside consultant at the Pentagon's Office of Net Assessment for 25 years. Chuck, I had to look up what the Office of Net Assessment is because what do I know, right? And I think most of us. And apparently it's even more badass than I was thinking. Pentagon's internal really? Pentagon's internal. You're like, oh, come on, Chris.
No. Before you get in the door to measure and see if you're qualified.
Yeah, my badassometer from what I read on this, I'm like, okay, I think he's pretty badass. But then I talked to the guys here at The Answer, to Quinn, the executive producer, to Justin, the associate producer, and they said, yeah, he's his badass. My thermostat was at about 7 or 8, and they're like, no, he's about 8 or 9, maybe 9.5. Wow. And so, so listen, I wanted to ask you so many questions. First of all, thanks for joining us. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. I do it again tomorrow. I'd like jumping on airplanes at night in the rain. It's fun.
I have not jumped out of one, but I'm glad you're doing it you did it for us. Okay. So I wanted to ask you this. We got this coming out, and, the whole talk about Iran, satellite images capturing activity at Fordo's, Iran's Fordo nuclear site. This came out from the Journal yesterday. And you got so many people that ridicule with that DIA initial assessment on the intelligence that it will only set the program back by a couple months. Personally, before I hear from you, the expert, I'm going to tell you I think this is so stupid that it's, as we know by the IAEA's head inspector, who kind of seemed to walk back some stuff, but him, Israeli intelligence, our intelligence, not the DIA, with an assessment from SIGINT, Signals Intelligence, and some satellite photos, which is nothing in the 24 hours after. I think it's been terribly hurt, and but I want to know from you, how badly has the program been set back, and what do we need to worry about with this as far as Iran? Because my personal thing is, I think that if they do start doing it again, we'll hit them again. I mean, period. Talk to me.
No, I think that's absolutely correct. If we find out that they're becoming a nuclear threat, we'll just do it again, especially under this president. And I think basically you don't have a choice. If you get the hands of a theocracy around an atomic weapon, and there's nothing that will stop them from using it, because it's a theocratic decision rather than a geopolitical decision. So that's very, very dangerous, and yeah, we would reattack.
So here's another thing, Chuck. The idea that perhaps, and I honestly think it's not nearly as big as the deals they're trying to make it be, but the people who are detractors to the Trump administration, to the strikes on Iran, which I'm so happy that we did. But they say, well, there could be 900 kilograms or whatever the poundage is of enriched uranium at 60%. Well, what do you do with 60% enriched uranium if you don't have a means to deliver it? And let me ask you this: could they somehow turn that into a crude dirty bomb and get it over here, or is it really so not feasible the way that uranium is carried, stored, etc.?
Yeah, you could. If you would atomize that and spread it, you could get a lot of people sick. And the economic cost would be enormous. You wouldn't have a bang like the Hiroshima bomb, but you could push the enriched uranium dust out and make a lot of people sick. It'd be really hard to clean it up. Dirty bombs.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a threat as well. I don't know. The 900. Kilograms of uranium is bandied about, but nobody, that's some estimate, I guess, from the IAEA as to where it was and where it was stored. I don't know.
What's your inclination?
That is going to be immediately available. Go ahead.
What's your inclination? Because mine is that those trucks and stuff at the very beginning after the attack were there to cover up the holes, the ventilation shafts, with concrete again, and to make a road so they could start getting in there. And I'm reading in the Wall Street Journal article I just quoted at the beginning here that they what they're doing right now is cleaning stuff up, getting it ready to go in and go down that shaft. Which good luck with that guy. He might not make it after a few months of being exposed down there. I have no idea.
Well, that's true. First of all, I am sure that the Israelis are monitoring that very closely, and I'm sure that we're doing that with satellite surveillance and looking for clues and interpreting exactly what they're doing. And likely everybody in the world is probably eavesdropping to see what their transmissions are like on the ground. Even things as silly as walkie-talkies can be monitored and get an idea of what they're doing. So, I think the Israelis are watching very closely and seeing if they make any discoveries that would be harmful to the current, balance of power.
Chuck Tuccaro, who not only was with the 20th Special Forces Group Airborne and former outside consultant with the Pentagon's Office of Net Assessment for 25 years, I wanted to ask you about this. I had the privilege of interviewing the former, time and time again for years, the former head of the Texas State Troopers, DPS. He was the head of their border operations, counterintelligence, counterterrorism, working with Mexico and with you guys at the military federal level. Now, here's my question. I talked to him about this. With Joe Biden's illegal invasion of 20 million illegals over 4 years, that how they smuggle the terrorists that come in, and we know that they were ISIS sympathizer terrorist smugglers, if you will, and others. He also told me that literally that the narcos, the cartels, they literally do not care if they smuggle in ISIS and then a week later they see New York City dissolve. They don't care. They make a lot of money with them, and they will continue to do it. He also said that what they do is, particularly when you have Biden in charge and the massive invasions going on, they'll send 300 illegals that way, and then they'll send, and they have a terrorist cell of about 18 of them, he says, for example. They don't send all 18 in a direction. They'll take 2 or 3 of them, they'll put them over there, and then 300 people, it's just regular illegals going that way. And then if one of those little cells of 2 or 3 out of the 18 cell gets caught, no problem, because you still got 12, 15 more left. And they send them 2, 3 at a time. Also, I asked a former guy who was with the DIA, I believe it was, or DOD, about with weapons, and I said, can you smuggle in a backpack if you're an Iranian terrorist or ISIS, etc., during that invasion of Joe Biden, where everybody's coming over who wanted to, and 2 million gotaways? Can you fit a nuclear dirty bomb type material in a backpack? Can you fit a chemical warfare, whatever, chemical in the backpack for a chemical attack or a bio attack? He said yes, yes, and yes. Over the border backpack, you can get that stuff in. You talk to me. What do you think about all that? And second of all, how likely is it that we have a bunch of terrorists that have come in over those 4 years that are going to strike us this month, next year? Go ahead.
Makes you feel any better. I was writing about this for Net Assessment as a sidelight of the effects of the information age, and the answer is I created a term called the hostile amalgam. And a hostile amalgam is a nation state or 2 or 3 align with a non-state actor for a common purpose. And this is back in the 90s, and I went over and talked to some DEA guys I knew, and I said, well, what would it cost if I were a hostile nation to go to a large cartel and say, will you smuggle this into the United States for me? And his answer was, he started laughing. He said, are you kidding? If they get a chance to put El Norte, that would be us, face in the mud, they'd be doing it for free. So the logistic part is in there. And the DEA will tell you, at least back in the 90s, that we were maybe intercepting 10% of the cocaine and other illegal drugs. Wow. The rest was getting through.
Wow.
So with that gives you the statistic that you just laid up, is that if you wanted to get through, you put enough agents in there and some of them will get through. And sure, you can do all of the above. You can find stocks of poison gas and that sort of stuff. I think Chem Bio is a little spookier. But, yeah, that's absolutely possible.
Let me ask you something else.
The way around it, is, to plug in local law enforcement and plug in citizenry. Here's what the threat might look like. What do you see? And, we would call today a tip line. If you put out enough information saying this is what the characteristics of a bad guy would look like, that intelligence will give you enough information to attempt to prevent any kind of incident.
Now, Chuck, yeah.
Without the information age, without information age means of communication, think about this. If Osama bin Laden had existed 80 years ago, there was no way he could have developed a plan for 9/11. 9/11 was a function of the ability to communicate across continental lengths of space, of time and space, and coordinate for an attack, a three-pronged attack. So it's the communication structure that allows this kind of global terrorism.
Chuck, I want to ask you a few other questions here that are real important to me. I was given a scenario by a person that was in counterintelligence and such. Take the Chicago Loop, and you rent a U-Haul truck. You cut a hole, maybe 6 inches wide or whatever in the roof of it, high cube or something, whatever the hell, or a van, and then you take a sprayer, a pump sprayer for $10 at Home Depot, and you put anthrax or something in there, God knows what, and you just spray it from the through the roof as you drive around the loop. And I mean that's the kind of thing that could happen. And am I off on this? And it could happen from people that have come over through the border with Biden. It can happen with weaponry that can be brought over, like anthrax or whatever, right?
Well, yes and no. If you get the right ratio of anthrax to air, yes. But that's not exactly an amateur night thing to do, because you've got to get it just right. You got to have X many anthrax spores in the air and have a density so that it affects humans right off. So that's a little bit more sophisticated. But something you want to do much simpler. We did an exercise with a unit in California that I developed for a net assessment called the First Joint Software Unit, and then parentheses virtual. And we decided, let's see if we can simulate Al-Qaeda attacks using the characteristics of previous Al-Qaeda attacks, and what would the target set be? And the answer is, you would use stuff that was already there for conventional explosives or things that you could steal, so you wouldn't have a trail of, okay? For instance, I mean, we talked about things like, what if you were to steal or hijack 2 5,000-gallon tanker trucks, run them across a bridge in both directions in California, and then set them off with a grenade? You'd have 10,000 gallons of fuel in the middle of a bridge, and you would basically stop the bridge and burn the deck out, and it would take years to repair. There are much simpler things that terrorists can do with stuff that's already here. And the other thing is that the selection of targets. Now, we're talking about non-state actor targets. They're going to look for the biggest morale operation that they can think of. If you notice things of Al-Qaeda attacks in the day, if you look at, the embassy attacks in Africa,
Tanzania,
9/11, they all were done in daylight on clear days. What we're looking for is the emotional impact from the video.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. 9/11, you saw how much more dramatic could it be? Now, for the amount of time that you spent, the amount of money that you spent, something on the order of $5 million was the estimate, could you do much more harm and kill more people? Yeah, but it wouldn't be spectacular. And it's kind of ironic that what you're looking at is a very lethal marketing device, because except for those of us in the community, nobody ever heard of Al-Qaeda.
Right.
And so they did something, essentially fatal marketing on a global scale. If you looked at all the Al-Qaeda videos that were distributed on the internet of their attacks using IEDs in Iraq in the period 2005, 2008, you'll find that every single one of the Al-Qaeda videos was set in the middle of, in the bottom third of the frame, at a range of 50 to 150 meters, very close. If you look at our stuff, it's all black and white, forward-looking infrared, center of mass, center of target, center of crosshairs. Because in our view, the camera is slaved to the weapon. Where the weapon points, the camera goes. In their videos, you'll see that the weapon is slaved to the camera because they're looking for the effects. Why would you have the explosion in the bottom third of the frame? Answer, because you want to catch the explosive plume of the detonation, and with it you have a 3-point hit. You, one, provide succor to your own troops. You erode the morale of the U.S. troops in the field, and eventually you erode the morale of the taxpayers here, because it seems like a never-ending war. But the fact is, they weren't blowing things up for military purposes. They were blowing things up for political purposes. The famous shot of an attack on a 2.5-ton truck that was carrying porta potties. Now, who would blow up porta potties?
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
I know.
Just wanted the effect. And they would even publish on the internet attacks that didn't work right. That blew up, but the truck kept on going. So, it took some investigation into why they were doing it. And from that, you could develop countermeasures, which I was involved in a day.
Chuck, we got like less than a minute. I got to ask you real quick. I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that people like you are watching and being vigilant to protect us all, seriously, when we're sleeping, when we're not aware. How many terrorists do you think came in under Biden for 4 years, and how soon, what kind of attacks are we looking at? I know it's a hard way to answer it real fast, but just real quick, tell us your thoughts on what happened over the 4 years and where we're at and how much of a threat we're looking at here.
Well, it's not how many, it's how well organized the ones that got here are. What means of communication are they using? If you can break that, you can break them before they can attack, especially if they're trying to do, some coordinated attack and not a hit here, a hit there. We had a similar problem. I'll give you a homework assignment, okay?
Okay. I don't like homework.
Assignment is to look up the werewolves. The werewolves were uniformed Nazis, mostly Hitler Youth, that were stay-behind forces that kept attacking U.S. forces well into 1946 and even early 47.
Wow.
And, and the way we did that was absolutely suppressed information to everybody that these attacks were going on. And we ruthlessly tracked them down, and in many cases we used summary court-martials to line them up and shoot them. Look it up tonight. Nazi werewolves, World War II stay-behind forces, and they were the same thing. They were highly motivated terrorists. But one of the things we learned right away is don't let them communicate. Don't let them know that their successes are working.
Ah.
Okay, so I expect to hear back from you and Quinn with that homework assignment. Go, gee, I didn't know that. Our grandfathers had this problem, different scale, but they settled it quickly.
Chuck, I want to tell you something. I could talk to you for hours and just be fascinated, scared, riveted. I am so grateful for you for the time we spent together, and I look forward to talking to you again. I'm really grateful for you so much. Thank you for everything you've done for us and you will do for us. God bless you.
Anytime. Just call anytime you want, Chris.
You the man. Trust me on that. I could have a beer, coffee, cigar with you for hours. Thank you so much. Okay, coming up next, we're going to talk about Leah Thomas, the man, Will Thomas. Not to be rude either, but he's all of his records have been stricken from Penn State. Penn State is apologizing. They're giving the women back what they stole from them, which you can never get back what they did to you. But here we are. I cannot wait to get into this watershed moment with you coming up next. This is Chris Kroc in for Dan on AM 560 The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 77 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is so pleased with Florida's Alcatraz that he wants the original prison in San Francisco Bay reopened.
On Tuesday, Trump was in the Sunshine State touring the new detention facility for illegal immigrants in the Everglades. The president later posted, "We're going to look into renovating and rebuilding the famous Alcatraz prison sitting high on the bay, surrounded by sharks." He added there's already conceptual work underway for the island prison. I'm Brian Shook.
And you can now rent a mansion once owned by Michael Jordan.
The Chicago area estate is now listed on Airbnb. The residence can accommodate up to 12 guests with 7 bedrooms and 17.5 bathrooms. The mansion features a movie theater, cigar lounge, salon, and of course a regulation-sized basketball court. As expected, it's not cheap. A week-long rental is being listed for about $121,000. I'm Chris Coraggio.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants with medical PPO insurance? It's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder knows why we haven't heard much from the left.
Polling that shows most Americans support what President Trump is doing, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuke. Now, the reason Democrats haven't said anything is because they do not want to give any support to President Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, what he says, they're just not going to do it.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only 2 good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
This special alert is for all Americans who own a vehicle. If you have a warranty that's about to expire or no warranty coverage at all, this message is for you. It's time to stop worrying about future car repairs today. Your vehicle is essential, but unexpected breakdowns can derail your plans and your wallet. It's time to future-proof your ride with CarShield. CarShield offers a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves drivers thousands from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine if your engine quits or your transmission fails. You could pay a fraction of the repair cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and to give you even more peace of mind, drivers who activate today also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Don't wait for a breakdown to drain your savings. Future-proof your car with CarShield today and drive with confidence. Call CarShield for your free quick quote. Call 800-894-9190. That's 800-894-9190. What do you have to lose? Call 800-894-9190. That's 800-894-9190. Again, 800-894-9190.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
How do you get pee out of an old mattress?
Well,
I'm asking for a friend.
The best way to remove urine from a mattress is to trade in that old mattress for a new Beautyrest or Sealy Posturepedic.
But that That'll cost a lot of money.
Not at Hassles Mattress. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king. And that's on top of our everyday low prices.
Come on, everybody says lowest prices.
Others sell a Sealy Posturepedic Queen Emeryville A mattress for $1268. Hassles sells it for $1034. But through Monday, it's just $786. And check out the low prices on Beautyrest and more. Plus, free next day delivery.
What does my friend do with his old soaked mattress?
We haul it away for P.
What was that?
Sorry, I meant for free.
Sure you did.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassles.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound is about 42 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 34 minutes. Outbound, 35 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 21 minutes. Outbound, 11 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Blindster started in 2010 in Kyle Cox's garage after he overpaid for new blinds. He researched the industry, hired his mom, and 14 years later, they're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be partly sunny with a high of 88. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 70. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny conditions with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, anticipate sunny to partly cloudy skies and hot weather with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Love this song. Wow. Okay, I last night, I'm getting ready. I'm doing double shifts. I'm on in Chicago in the morning, Charlotte in the afternoon. I'm working my butt off in a good way. I'm having so much fun and such. I get to be with you from my home studio. You can watch me live on the Chicago's Morning Answer YouTube. And I'm working like a dog in a good way, no negative. And all of a sudden, at like 7 or 8 o'clock, I get this flash across my thing that UPenn is literally apologizing. UPenn is going to pull the record. They're going to strike from the record anything that Will Thomas, a.k.a. Leah Thomas, the male swimmer that said he's a woman. And I'm not sure. This is not about beating up on somebody and being negative on that. It's not about that. It is about what these women went through. And as I'm watching this, I want to really hit home on this. I have a daughter who's 18, but it doesn't matter. She does not play sports. She really is. I don't think she's ever played competitive sports. That's just, how God made her. My son is 22. Same thing with him. Never really was into sports. I tried, but, it's okay. My mom did a great job with me. Just do one thing, whether it be gymnastics, it doesn't have to be sports, something. When I was at Wheeling High School back in the day, right? And so I can't look at my daughter and go, oh my gosh, this is my daughter. But yet, as I watch this, and it became in my mind a watershed moment. And then I watched Paula Scanlon. I'll play her audio in a second. She was the one she was on that team at UPenn. And she says in the audio that I'll play for you, she says that they were told they had to sit out and not play so that this man could play. They were told not to complain, not to say anything. And if you do, your career will be ruined. You will be ruined. And they were told to go out with a smile. And to me, this is, what this is exactly like? This is like a Puff Daddy thing. Like an abusive father or an abusive husband or an abusive man who physically abuses you or emotionally abuses you in the most fierce, disgusting way, like Puff Daddy did to Cassie Ventura in that video, dragging her by the hair. And then saying, around that corner are cameras. Around that corner, you're going to go out there and be in front of the world, or watch an NCAA championship or whatever, and you're going to shut up and you're going to smile after I, not physically, but beat you and abuse you, and you're going to smile, or I will, we will, and society will destroy you. And so when this happened, it came out yesterday, I literally, I don't want to exaggerate, I was tearing up. I teared up, and I teared up again, because later on I saw Riley Gaines, who most of us have had a chance to interview her. I interviewed her a week or two after she was in San Francisco at San Francisco State, and all these radical pro-trans radical leftists, you know how they scream in your face, trans rights are human rights, trans rights are human rights, it's like, what the heck? These are mentally ill people. They spat on her, they chased her, and she was crying almost, and was pushed, shoved, attacked a little bit, and the cops barely were able to protect her. She had to run and lock herself into a room at San Francisco State, I believe it was. She was on last night, and those two things that I saw, I teared up. I mean, I really did tear up. This is a watershed moment. Let me play the audio, that we're going to take your call. We have a couple lines open. I want to pop. Oh, and people want to talk about the terrorism stuff that we just talked about with Chuck. That was insanely incredible. It's AM 560, The Answer. Chris Crock in on Chicago's Morning Answer. Our number is 312-642-5600. Get in now, because we only have so much time before I can't believe it's already almost 9. 312-642-5600. Here is Paula Scanlon, who was on UPenn and was told to shut up, your career could be ruined, and then I'm going to back-to-back play Riley Gaines as well after all this came out. Paula Scanlon, I think, literally learned this while she was up there talking. Here we go.
Wow, that's the first thing I have to say about this. How many years of progress this is just fixing. There's so many women I'm looking at in Eastern that have fought so hard for so many years on this issue, and I'm grateful to be alongside many of you today. But more than anything, I'm grateful for this administration for taking this so seriously. I have quite literally gotten exactly what they voted for. So I can't start before I have it. I'm just going to share very briefly. I was a swimmer at the University of Pennsylvania, and I know many of you have told this story, but we need to talk about why Penn is apologizing and why they were wrong. And I'm going to share what they did to me, and not just me, my teammates, the other girls competing against us. Riley Gaines, right here, who had to deal with this firsthand as well. The University of Pennsylvania told my teammates and I that we had to undress in a locker room with a 6'4" tall male athlete 18 times per week. In addition, he broke every record in every event that he swam, went on and won an NCAA championship title, and also every single time Thomas competed on behalf of the University of Pennsylvania, a girl on the team was asked to stay home. Upon the situation unfolding, many of us were unhappy with the situation, and so people tried to speak out about it. They sent in administrators, and they sat us down, and they told us a few things. They said, first, don't speak out against this because you will be on the wrong side of history. They said you will be tainted by this. You will never be able to find a job. They told us that if we did not want this man in our locker room, that it was equivalent to not wanting to undress someone based on their race in the 1960s.
So you're a racist, like a racist in the 60s. You will not get a job. You will be destroyed. So I beat the hell out of you privately, and then I say, go around that corner and smile and shut up. Not physically beat you, but emotionally abuse you. And that's what they did to these girls, and that's what makes me so angry, and that's what makes me so emotional that this happened. Here's Riley Gaines when it came out. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. Riley's face was beautiful to watch. It really was. And then this came out during her interview that happened right after the news came out with Laura Ingraham last night.
I feel vindicated. I feel like pigs are flying. I feel like hell has frozen over. So it is a fantastic day, of course, for sanity, for common sense. But I think more broadly for women, for humanity, for the little girl that I'm growing inside of me right now that I will welcome to the world in just a few weeks. I think of her. I think of her future. That is what Donald Trump and, of course, Secretary McMahon and myself, that is what we are fighting for. So very, very excited about today's news.
So emotional, so beautiful. It really is. I'm getting emotional now. All right, let's go to John And I don't care if you're a guy, a girl, you got a daughter that's in sports. Doesn't matter, does it? This is such a watershed moment. John, you are in Mundelein, not too far where I used to be in Lindenhurst growing up as a child on, of course, Chicago's Morning Answer. Hello.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I've never spoken to you before, but I appreciate you talking to me.
I don't think I've ever spoken to you, too, but maybe go ahead.
I think we disagree on most things, but I want before I make my comment, I want to say hello to about everybody in the YouTube chat thread from which AM 560 has banned me. You're not allowed to express dissent, but I appreciate you taking my call to do so. I want to ask you, I understand that people on the right want to use all their anger about this subject to portray themselves as big defenders of women. I want to stipulate that I agree with you that in most cases it's probably not fair for women student athletes to compete against someone who is born biologically male. But I have to tell you, sir, you in this radio station stand with Donald Trump, who we all heard bragging about adultery and sexual assault.
By the way, real fast, Donald Trump. Relax. I'm not here. We're not going to get into it. It's all good. But I just want to say, Donald Trump did this. Donald Trump made this. This is why we voted for him. I thank God for him, and so many of us do. No, let me have him in a good emotional moment. There's no anger. I'm not angry, by the way. No one is, and I've never. But this is a beautiful moment. This is what we voted for, John. That's why it's an awesome moment. Go ahead.
Okay, but I just want to finish my point. I appreciate.
Yeah. No, I know, but yeah, no. There's no negativity here. I'm just trying to share a little thought in the middle.
We all heard what Donald said in the Access Hollywood video. We know whether you agree with it or not. A jury found.
We're not listen. We're not going through. All right, you're not going to be okay. Can you bring him down for a second, real fast? Listen, no, bring him down for a second, guys. Sir, it's all good. I know you don't like the guy. It's okay, but I'm not going to have you guys, bring him down for a second, real fast. Just bring his volume down. I'm not going to relitigate all the things that you think are so bad about him. I'm talking about this moment with these women. And we're not going to take that away from them. So say your point real fast, and I'm going to move on. Go.
Okay. Given your support for Donald Trump, who made it possible for states to force rape victims to have
get him out of here. Get him out of here. No, get him out of here. I'm not doing that. That's why it's. Oh, I got to get him. I got to hit the button. Sorry, guys. Yeah, because, dude, it's about these women, and you want to make it about Trump. And that's that kind of mental disorder thing where it's like, just talk about these women. You don't have to agree with this. You can say these women are horrible. I don't care. But we're not going to relitigate everything with him, and I'm not going to change your mind. Appreciate your call, though, sir. Marty, you are in Naperville. My parents used to live there. It's 111th and 75th, 75 or so, 75th? Yeah.
I'm a little closer to downtown, but yep, it's a nice little town. They finally finished the three-year bridge they were reconstructing. Anyway, finally. Real quick, the guy before you just talked to, he's quoting Access Hollywood, and he's banned off the radio stations. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, point I'm making is maybe things are starting to change a little bit. You can only take one bite out of the elephant at a time.
Right.
I mean, things are changing. When you said you don't want to beat on anybody, well, I don't care about this clown. He's been beating on these women, basically, that he's been beating, taking opportunity away from them is beating them, and so I mean I couldn't even imagine if one of my sons saying, "Dad, I want to play women's basketball or swim with the women." I'd say, "Why? Well, I was going to have to play with the boys." I'm like, "Well, then practice, man." I don't know what to tell you. I mean, so no. Maybe the point I'm making is maybe it's all starting to turn around, and I thank Donald Trump for that.
So. Amen, brother. I appreciate your call. Let's go to Winnetka, where we used to go to the beach all the time when I was in high school and college, driving over from Wheeling and Mount Prospect. David, you are on Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris filling in. Hello.
Hey, good morning. Thank you so much for taking my call. First and foremost, to that moron, that the first guy that called, what a complete and absolute moron. Anyways, number one. The gentleman that you had interviewed about the terrorist gentleman, a couple of things. I noticed that he kind of sidestepped some questions, and all due respect, I'm sure he is incredible at what he does. He didn't seem to answer a question head on, like when and how many. That was the first thing. So maybe we could bring him.
How many terrorists have come through and when? You mean?
what's going to happen when what they're thinking, when is it going to happen? That kind of a deal. The other thing, sir, is that why are nobody talking about our children? I haven't heard one. I mean, if terrorism is going to take place again, and it will, wouldn't they want to hurt us where it hurts the most? And that's with our kids. You have one guy running in with a chemical pack on his back into schools that are such easy cells to get into.
But you remember what he said? Let me tell you why. Because remember what he said? It's all about what the optics. It needs to look maximum impact. Clear skies. Wasn't that just like holy cow thinking? Clear skies, maximum, get the video right. It's all about image for political means. So I appreciate your call. Go ahead.
Again, sorry. It just seemed like it was such that, you asked him a point-blank question, when. He went back to 1947. Back in 1947, the year my wonderful mother was born, Mama rest her soul. This was, I don't know. It's kind of bizarre. There was not one question really truly answered.
Thank you for your call, though, David. I appreciate you out in Winnetka. Let's go to Mitchell. And you are in Des Plaines. Hello, Mitchell.
Hello. From a fellow Wheeling Wildcat, right?
Wheeling.
Wow.
It's Wheeling. Wheeling, man. We're gonna throw down, man.
That's right. Oh, especially your generation. In 1987, that was not the case, Daddy-O, but I digress. So here's the deal. First of all, this idiot that called, right, they only wanted to say pontificate. It's so unfair to the watershed moment just to take a second to say, hey, wrong is wrong and right is right. And they do not have the depth, Daddy-O, to even internalize it. It's a huge win for people where there's a slight disadvantage, okay? And hello to the master of the obvious. You should be ashamed of yourself as you pontificate and try to basically turn this into a Trump warfare. That's why you're banned, because you know what? You don't make any common sense.
Displains, as they used to say on Fantasy Island. Great call. All right, we got Jordan, Eduardo, Glenn, Sarah, Dennis, all you guys next. We're going to put as many of you in as we can because we love you very much. What a great day so far with you. AM 560, The Answer. Chris, Dan's back Monday on Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Have you seen the Milo bedroom at Penny Mustard Furnishings?
You know it, Daddy-O, and it's boss. I mean, if you don't dig the mod mood of the Milo bedroom, you're Dullsville.
Ben.
What's your bag, man?
Why are you talking like that?
I think I know. He's saying the Milo bedroom from Penny Mustard takes you back to the times of Mad Men, martinis, and mop tops.
Right on, Nicole.
Oh, well, I agree. It's refreshingly retro. I love Milo's clean, streamlined look.
It's a gas.
Sophisticrafted in the USA with solid wood and scaled to fit any room.
What you mean to say is, the Milo bedroom is perfect for your pad.
Yeah, dude. It's totally bodacious.
Wrong decade, Arvid.
Oh.
Don't be so square, man.
The Milo bedroom with queen platform bed, 6-drawer dresser, mirror, and 3-drawer nightstand, starting at $52.09 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Groovier versions of what people dig.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Are you tired of exposing your retirement to stock market risk? How would you like the potential to participate in credited interest from market-indexed returns and limit the downside? Join Mark Kohler for the Retirement and Income Radio Show, Sunday afternoons at 3. You can also call Mark now for your complimentary customized retirement and income kit and retirement and income book at 844-619-SAFE. Mark Kohler, protecting wealth since 1990. That's 844-619-7233.
AM 560, The Answer.
Is the camera on me now? On the YouTube? Is it? I'm dancing. AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crock in, Dan back on Monday, 312-642-5600. I get to be with you for one more day, then Dan back on Monday. Let's go right to it with the amazing moment with UPenn striking Leah Thomas, a.k.a. Will Thomas, record, and they're apologizing and giving the women back their rights that they horribly violated and mistreated them, which they can never get back that time. Jordan, I'm going to go right to you, sir. I want to get as many of your calls as we can this hour. Jordan, you are on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. This whole thing has just been built up and clouded by the trans movement. I don't want to oversimplify this, but it really is simple. He's a cheater, right? He's a cheater.
I agree.
I'd like to know where these people are there in support of this man competing against women and other men that compete against women and rob them of their achievements, where they should with the Barry Bonds, with the Mark McGuires, with the Sammy Sosas.
Mark McGuire, Tammy Tota.
Yeah,
been very good to me.
Program with Michael Johnson in the sprint.
Yeah.
Where were they when they were taking PEDs? Because this guy and these men that compete in women's sports are basically on the ultimate PED, right? It's called nature, biological advantage with the testosterone, your muscular development. But moreover...
Wait, Jordan. Speaking baseball terms, you just hit a grand slam, man. That was good. Seriously.
I don't want to oversimplify it, but he's a cheater. And there's no room for cheaters in any sports, right? So you stand on the side of this guy, but what you're really doing is you have these girls in the high school level and college level. I have a son that's going to play college baseball. They've dedicated a significant portion of their lives and sacrificed a lot of things to get to the level that they're at. And basically you're telling them that all that work, you have to sit on the sidelines and let this man who doesn't belong in your sport, let this guy who, even if it's a woman on testosterone, she gets to win because you didn't, because of a rule or because of emotion. And it's just really sad. And this is a great day for collegiate sports, for sports all over the place. But what it is, there's those, don't mean to oversimplify. He's a cheater.
That's it. You're right. You literally, you're one of the best callers, period, today. I mean, Jordan, thank you. You really rocked it there. I'm serious. Thank you for your call, sir. Let's go to Eduardo, who is calling in from Tampa Bay, Florida.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Well, I am so happy that Trump is president, because when you hear stories about the Mexican cartels getting Colombian mercenaries, and he's the right guy to take over, do any kind of removal of Mr. Maduro in Venezuela, because the Democrats are not going to take care of that. When the Democrats come back, the caravans are coming back. So we got to take care of this right now.
And let me tell you something, Eduardo. I was just in Miami. I appreciate your call today, this morning. I was just in Miami. I have relatives. My wife is there now. Unfortunately, her father passed away. But he married a Venezuelan woman from 30 years ago, and we're good friends with this whole family. They all live there now. They all came here legally. They are the most anti-illegal immigrant. Every one of those Venezuelans that came here illegally, they want them all out of here under Joe Biden. They are the most conservative, pro-Trump people. I love our Venezuelan friends who came here legally. And our Cubanos, very much all anti-immigration. Dennis and Crystal Lake, I'm sorry to get a chance to take you, but I do want to say that my wife was from Cary, Crystal Lake area, so hat tip to you, sir. I go there all the time when we come in for Christmas and all the holidays. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. One more day with you, which is just an honor, a privilege, and an amazing time. Chris Crock, I'll see you mañana once again, 5 to 9 on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer, and Dan will be back, of course, Monday. We have so much more to talk about tomorrow. What a great day, though. Enjoy it with this great news with Riley Gaines and everything else at UPenn. WIND, Chicago.
Too much debt, not enough Medicaid. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Those are the main concerns of some House Republicans on the fence or opposed to the big tax and spending bill passed by the Senate and sent back to the House with changes to the original version. A House vote could come today, and no more than 3 Republicans can vote no for it to pass, with no yeses from Democrats. President Trump on Truth Social writes, "Our country will make a fortune this year, but only if the big, beautiful bill is passed."
The latest word from the man upstairs here at the White House reads, in part, Republicans, don't let the radical left Democrats push you around. We've got all the cards, and we are going to use them. Last year, America was a dead nation with no hope for the future, and now it's the hottest nation in the world.
Fox's Peter Doocy. Groups of House Republicans are being brought to the White House today as part of a push to get the bill passed. Wisconsin Supreme Court rules a 176-year-old state abortion ban is not valid, leaving in place a 2015 law allowing abortions up to 20 weeks of pregnancy. Today's ruling upholds a lower court ruling that the 1849 law refers not to the killing of a fetus, refers just to the killing of a fetus without the mother's consent, not voluntary abortions. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration's attempt to end immigration protections for Haitian migrants.
The ruling by Judge Brian Cogan of the Eastern District of New York prevents the removal of hundreds of thousands of Haitians who are currently in the U.S., writing that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem does not have the authority to end their temporary protected status. The protections were first granted in 2010 after Haiti's catastrophic earthquake, and the Biden administration had extended them through February of next year. Judge Cogan wrote that Noem will have to wait until then to make a decision about the renewal, according to procedures put in place by Congress.
It's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Brian Kroberger is expected in court in Boise in 3 hours to now plead guilty to the murders of 4 University of Idaho students stabbed to death in an on-campus home in 2022. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be partly sunny with a high of 88. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 70. Tomorrow will bring partly sunny conditions with a high of 87. Looking ahead to Friday, anticipate sunny to partly cloudy skies and hot weather with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Hugh Hewitt sees the president standing strong.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet.
He's a developer. He's not going to offer them the same term sheet.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter